What's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm Agent Dennis.
Geez, I guess I'm Diggins.
And this is Mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woo!
Oh?
This week, we're going to learn the identity of the real Agent Argylle, the movie Argylle. We're going to talk about Argylle. We're not going to, we'll spoil it. We're not going to spoil it immediately. But this is that. It's Argylle week, you guys.
You mean we're not going to let the cat out of the bag?
Not going to let the cat out of the bag. It's not a bag. It's a backpack. You know, I don't know. I never liked that about the marketing, is that I get it. It's very clever, but also it's a backpack. It's one of those rock solid ones you could also knock somebody out with.
And
it's also not a cat. It's a mass of CGI.
It's a cat sometimes. So I was curious about this. Every time this happens, I know it's partially because it's like hard to throw a cat down 400 feet or whatever in like a stunt. But also there's always an actor that's allergic to cats. That's why Brie Larson's never on the same set as the cat, is because she can't have, like, she's allergic to cats. I think Bryan Cranston is one of the actors in this that is allergic to cats, but I think there's another one. It's just like, why are we letting these people act if they're allergic to cats? Send them to jail, you know?
So wait.
It's the main way we could tell if a person is bad, is they're allergic to cats. We don't need those people.
You mean the Maine Coon way?
Ooh, very good.
Boo, hiss, boo.
Very good.
Nando, are you saying that on the call sheet it has to say must not be allergic to cats?
Yes.
Is that like what?
Well, no. What I'm saying is those people, allergic to cat people, should all just not be allowed to act in general. You know, we shouldn't want them representing our human, you know, like group and kind of putting those, you know, catless values into the world. That's bad. So
everyone who's allergic to cats should be forced to wear some kind of patch or something on their clothing at all times, so we all know what kind of subhuman filth they are.
And it should be made. It should be a C. Well, it doesn't need to be a C, I guess, for cat allergy, whatever. But it should be made of catnip, so that they are more likely to be attacked by the cats. You know that, and therefore they'll learn their lesson. But maybe, you know, maybe like in that movie, Cats versus Dogs or whatever, someone will create a cure. A brave Jeff Goldblum type will cure cat allergy, and then the world will be good.
Okay.
You guys ever seen that movie, Cats and Dogs?
I did, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's about. It's like, I think he's about to cure cat allergy, and then the cats will be able to infect the earth or something. Yeah, that's a good one. But you guys, speaking of things that are going to infect the earth, this week, news, the Warner Brothers, Acme, they're not doing it. They decided not to do it.
Yep.
Pretty good. So what's the story here? Diggins, you said you read the article. I didn't. So this is news that just came out like an hour ago. So I haven't already watched all the takes. So let's get one of them real quick. What's the take?
So it seems like you said, Warner Brothers is not going to end up actually letting someone else release Coyote v. Acme. But based on the behavior of the executives, like one David Zaslav, it's not clear that they ever intended to actually do this, because there were interested studios. Like, I think Paramount, Amazon, and Netflix all screened it and were like, yeah, we want to release this. Like, we'll let us make an offer. And Warner Brothers, which, remember, is deleting this movie to get a $30 million tax write-off, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
They said, you have to give us $75 to $80 million to release this movie, and you can't make a counteroffer. Take it or leave it. So there were no actual negotiations. Anyone who was interested, they said, give us this much money or else. They haven't been communicating with the filmmakers at all. Like, the people who actually made the movie have had no idea what the process has been, because Warner just doesn't tell them. And most incredibly of all, David Zaslav hasn't seen the movie.
Incredible.
I mean, that's immaterial. You know, you don't need to know about you know what? He's busy being a good person we all like, working on what I just Googled, tiger conservation. So he's a good person and not a bad. David
Just like
Zaslav,
that Tiger King.
just like the Tiger King. That's right. And that woman that was also in Tiger King that wasn't as bad, but was the villain. I never watched Tiger King, but it seems like we picked the wrong person. Yeah, so he didn't watch it, but is that because he was too busy watching other stuff like The Idol? Or 30 Day Fiance or whatever?
I mean, it's very possible that that's the reason. They have held multiple screenings for the studios that were interested, as well as just like in general, like test audience stuff. So there's been plenty of opportunity for him to just go to one of those. Yeah, but he just hasn't.
But 90 Day Fiance, you can watch it at any moment on HBO Max.
Yeah.
That's true.
And all the spin-offs. So many spin-offs.
We're really pushing him too far too, because David also had to do all the posters for the background of this week's True Detective. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, yeah, that's why they all turned out to be AIs, because he couldn't finish them all in time. So we're really giving this guy too much on his plate.
To do. Yeah. But yeah, so now a lot of people, some people now suspect that they never intended to actually do it, and they just wanted to run out the clock because the fourth quarter of the financial year is coming up.
The most important year, as far as I'm concerned, the real year.
And it seems like they're not going to bring it into the next quarter, so it's officially the tax write-off, and they're not even going to announce that happened. They're just going to quietly delete it and be like, well, that's it, it's never coming out.
He's such a tool. I hate this so much. It's all the reason why we should hate movie executives and capitalism at this point. It's just every reason.
Do you guys remember when people were like, but James Gunn wrote this, it'll get released? He's the guy for Warner Brothers now. Everybody loves Warner Brothers.
He's our freaking
He's going to make at least one Superman movie before this thing turns out to actually not be something they were doing or whatever. And he would never, but now it's that. Not even the guy who's going to make the Superman movie, can get this movie released. Do you think it was too good? It was going to destroy some part of civilization? It would have ended. People wouldn't have gone to work anymore because they just were watching Coyote v. Acme.
It's amazing.
Or would it have exposed something about our legal system that we just aren't ready to learn? It's a legal movie.
It would have been the American Anatomy of a Fall.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. But instead of French, it's signs. He holds up signs that say and then, oh my God. And you know what? Listen, if SNL was cool, someone should make this movie, because there'd be a bit with the blood splatter, but it would be about the shape that the coyote makes in the big canyon floor, and a different scientist comes out with a different hole. That'd be pretty funny. Who would be the psychiatrist? Oh, Bugs Bunny in a little glasses and hat would come out as I was a psychiatrist, and he was saying all these things to me. And then different Bugs Bunny in different hat and glasses would come out and do other psychiatrists or something. This would be very good. Yeah. The dog would be that one dog with bangs. We all remember which dog that is. I don't know what part of Looney Tunes that's from. His name? Is it really? They gotta get Ralph it together.
The sheepdog?
That sounds right. But then the Muppet is Rolf, right? Come on. They just pick one name that's not the other one. I don't know which one was first, though. I guess the Looney Tunes one was first.
It's Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog.
Oh, wait, who's Ralph Wolf?
The cartoons that Sam Sheepdog is originally from involves him protecting a flock of sheep from a wolf. A very Wile E. Coyote style.
Yeah, wolf. It looks like this might have been proto Wile E. Coyote.
I was gonna say Sam Sheepdog is older than Rolf,
and this is definitely Wile E. Coyote's design. Interesting. But yeah, he could be in it. He could be the dog or something. Who's the kid? What's the kid in Looney Tunes verse?
There's a kid?
In Anatomy of a Fall there is. I'm trying to figure out all the other characters. I mean, obviously the lawyer is Lola Bunny because he's so pretty. He's the prettiest lawyer there ever was, the French one. Mm-hmm. And the other lawyer, the one that's bald, is Elmer Fudd, obviously, because he's a villain and because he is bald. So then I guess that makes the kid, what's that, Chicken Hawk kid? Is that a thing, right? That's an annoying little child in the Looney Tunes verse.
Oh, the one in the Foghorn Leghorn cartoons?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
what's
he
that
probably.
kid's name?
I think he is a chicken hawk. I think that's like
He is
his.
a chicken hawk. You are right.
It's probably like Chippy Henry Hawk. Henry Henery. Oh, Henry. I get it. Very good.
Ha ha ha.
But yeah, Henry Hawk. Yeah. Is it? Do you think this was illegal? Because it's a legal movie, right? Like
Like
do
a,
you-
like
Yeah.
like a procedural, yeah.
yeah. Do you think this could? Because I've heard people say this happened maybe the first time this news story popped through, but it hasn't. I don't know. We haven't had time to see it again. There were some senators that were like, "This is a big deal. Movie studios are scrapping movies." Do you think we're gonna
Yeah.
get the United States Supreme Court, Acme v. Coyote v. Warner Brothers or something like
Absolutely
whatever?
not. Absolutely not.
Double V's.
They will side with the corporations because they're people with feelings.
But what if
So-
one or two of them are big Coyote fans or something? You know, the Looney Tunes, much like the Muppets, have a special place in certain people's hearts.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I can imagine that some members of the Supreme Court will be like, it's really a shame that this coyote isn't allowed to tear apart and devour this roadrunner.
That's right. There's that, and there will be the people that'll be like, it's not this Acme corporation should not have to, serve the whims of this coyote. It should not be liable for the rocket ship's skates that he used to crash into the mountain.
That's true.
A movie that propagates the fact that corporations that make a product are in any way responsible for the way people use that product is not American.
Right.
That's
yeah.
true.
I think this movie would have,
Did you
there's
know-
something that this movie would have exposed about the American something system that we couldn't take. We weren't ready.
It's we've already put it into legal doctrine lately that you can go to jail for buying someone a gun if they use it, but you can't go to jail for selling them the gun if they use it.
Mm-hmm.
Tricky.
That's right. Is it, yeah. Has Wile E. Coyote ever used a gun? He's probably like shot himself out of a big
I'm
gun or something.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely used cannons.
Yeah.
What is a cannon?
Gun?
A giant gun.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean that, but also I feel like there's probably been at least one gag where he fires a gun. There's a lot of guns in early Looney Tunes.
There are a lot of
You're
guns in
not
early Looney
expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Elmer Fudd and what's his name were both just guys with different guns. This is the other one, Yosemite
Yosemite
Sam.
Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I feel like the as I said, like as the idea of that came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, this is probably like a fucking Family Guy cutaway gag or something. It's like that time Coyote used the gun and then he shoots the Roadrunner and then he's like, I killed the Roadrunner to the camera, and then that's the end of it. Listen, I like the Ted Show. I think it's funny.
Oh, geez, Lois.
Yeah.
Yeah, that show's 25 years old.
Family Guy?
Don't say these
Yeah.
words.
I mean-
1999. It's like early 19. I think it was after the Super Bowl 1999.
The crazy
So-
part is I have not even been alive for as long as that is because I'm only 23, So it's crazy because I could have
Awesome.
sworn I remember seeing it the day
That's
it came out
great.
on TV, but also I'm young, so that can't be true.
Nice.
Yeah. What was I watching? Well, not watching. I was like reading about something. Margot Robbie. She's younger than me, so we can't. That she
So
Oh,
has to
sure.
go away
World's over.
forever. It's not allowed. Speaking of actors in movies that are basically cartoon superhero movies, I don't know if you guys saw this. This just came out, but it'll happen, I'm sure, more in the future because we're getting a trailer for the Super Bowl. Did you see the trailer or the title for the Deadpool movie?
I did not know.
Okay. Do you want to take a guess at what this is? The Wolverine and Deadpool, like whatever, some sort of team up, whatever. They finally gave it a funny title instead of Deadpool 2. And they didn't do Untitled Deadpool 2 sequel, although that would have been great.
Right.
But like, assuming this is the real title that has been leaked, but I don't know if you guys saw Kevin Feige accepted an award this week wearing a Deadpool hat that had the title in the back of the hat, but it was so far from the camera that no one could tell. We were all looking at it, trying to find it. So
Is it like a play? Is it like a play on like Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe? Like
It is not.
Deadpool. Oh, I was gonna say like Deadpool bangs the MCU or something like that.
Yeah, Deadpool.
something like very
Deadpool
cheeky.
reboots the MCU, or no, it's something.
just-
It's something more. It's more cheeky in terms of like, I can see exactly how this trailer is going to go. Like, it's going to be a bunch of stuff, and then this title card, and that's the joke. I think that's my guess.
Finally a good Marvel movie.
No, it's more specific to Deadpool.
Oh, I see.
But Diggins, you have any guesses?
My brain just keeps going back to Snicket being involved somehow.
Lemony Snicket's Deadpool's
Of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. Don't front.
I like those movies. Not the movie, the show. I like the show. Show was good.
No, it's too late. You like the
movie was okay. You know what? No, the movie wasn't bad. It's scrolled through too much material too quickly. Like, it didn't have the right pacing. But I think Jim Carrey was a good Olaf, and I think there were some other actors in that movie that were also quite good. But it just didn't have the right.
Like the Affleck duck.
Was he in it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
Cool. I like that. But yeah, no, you're thinking Snicket, like what's the name of that? The onomatopoeia or whatever, Wolverine. Yeah. No, it's like it's not a pun or anything like that. It's more of like, it will be funny when we think the title of this movie is what you would expect it to be, and then this comes up instead as the title.
Is like Deadpool's big action movie is like I'm trying to figure out like how like on the nose this is good. This is gonna be
specifically the presence of Wolverine seems to factor into it in a big way.
Oh,
So it'll be funny that the movie with Deadpool and Wolverine is called this.
okay.
Also, I'm looking at this cast list now. Stacked. Jude Law, Meryl Streep, Jim Carrey. Oh, that's it. Billy Connolly, Catherine O'Hara from Argylle. She was in it. Craig Ferguson, Jennifer Coolidge, Cedric the Entertainer. Everybody was on board for this movie. It's like, how was this not a bigger hit? And I know how. It wasn't. It didn't have the right, like I was saying, pacing, but still.
Juice.
And Lemony Snicket's.
Oh, you're talking about I thought you were talking about Deadpool.
Oh, we should be so lucky. Meryl Streep is in the Deadpool. I mean, Meryl Streep. She could be in it. I was
pretty surprised when you said that, but I was like, okay.
What's the weird? What if it's her Mamma Mia character? Mommy Mia or whatever that character's name is. I've never seen the first one. I just assume that's that character's name.
But she's dead in the second one.
I know. That's why they're going to hell or something to rescue her. That's what the movie is.
Deadpool and Wolverine go to hell.
To rescue Mommy Mia. That's right. Mommy Mia 3. Now, how can I resist you? Or whatever the next line in Mamma Mia is. All right, I'll tell you what the Deadpool one is. One more guess? Anybody?
Canadian Road Trip.
No, so
that's a good one.
Here's my guess. This is how I think the trailer is going to play, and then this is why the title will be a thing. And this hasn't come out yet. Like I'm trying to release this one before the Super Bowl, so at least people can be like, "Wow, he absolutely whiffed it." But having known that I didn't do it after the thing, I'm betting it's going to be a whole trailer, mostly of Deadpool. And then he's going to be like, I gotta call someone or whatever. Wolverine's going to show up. There's going to be a big shot of Wolverine in the whole outfit, because we've seen that pretty much leaked from like some production art. It looks fantastic. Every boy, not every boy, every man who was a boy when the cartoon came out is going to be crying in front of all their friends at the Super Bowl. But it's going to be like, finally, and I'd be like, the trailer will probably say this like in words or at least big cards, like, finally they're getting together finally they're doing it or whatever. And the title will come up. Deadpool and Friend is the title of this movie. So yeah. Okay. And then Wolverine will be like, what the fuck, Wade, or something. And then Wade will be like, you can't curse, it's the Super Bowl. And they'll be like, we can't say Super Bowl, it's copyrighted. And then they'll be like, this isn't really working, it's a bit. So I don't know, but it's probably going to be that. Okay. I think that's a good title.
I like it.
Yeah, it seemed like the title was something like Deadpool versus Wolverine or something like that. And that was the other joke, was it seemed like it would be that, but they keep switching it. Like every trailer would be like Wolverine versus Deadpool, and then Deadpool versus Wolverine, as if they're fighting over who's billed higher in this movie. But
okay,
yeah.
I like that.
But then the filmmakers got scared that if you have something versus something in your title, then that means your movie gets shelved for tax purposes.
That's right, and that's the mistake that they made. They should get Coyote and Acme involved now or something. How the word coyote can't be trademarked? What could it? Deadpool and Coyote v. Wolverine. Yeah, they feel like they would be on the same team. But yeah, the movie is going to be interesting. Are you excited for the Super Bowl?
I think it's going to be a good game. Will this release before the Super Bowl? Probably not. So
it depends. Maybe. Yeah.
All right.
It'll probably be right as the Super Bowl starts.
Okay, so you'll be listening to this during the Super Bowl, friends. I think it's going to be a good, close game. I'll give my pick. I think Can I give my against the spread pick, or do I have to give like
what is the spread right as of now?
I believe it's Kansas City +2, which I would take Kansas City +2.
Yeah, I would take that.
All right. So okay. So I'm not sure if they'll win, but I'll definitely take them with the +2. I think that's like a lock. If you guys want to bet on this in real time.
Who's the musical guest? It's Usher.
Usher, yeah.
Who's doing the song, the America song in the beginning? What the heck?
Oh, it's Reba.
Reba McEntire? Yeah.
So.
From that one Land Before Time movie?
From that one SNL sketch where it was Keenan that was Reba instead?
Let me make sure I have this right. Super Bowl national anthem. Yeah, Reba McEntire.
I watched a couple seasons of the Reba show when it was on ABC. I didn't hate it. Sitcoms, man, you could put anybody in them. And I was
gonna say, remember in the good old days when you could take just a random country music star and give her like 14 seasons of a sitcom for no discernible reason.
You could, and it works.
Just cuz
people love it.
Yeah, you can't do that now because of wokeness.
That's true.
Right.
I'm very
Over
excited.
under is 1:24. That feels super low.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Is she known for like holding tunes and belting? I kind of assumed everyone
I just feel like because I'm looking through, they're showing all the past ones. Yeah, like minute 46, 2:02. Feels just like it takes a little while because it is the Super Bowl, but maybe it's so low because maybe she's just gonna get in and get out with that national anthem.
Maybe they know. They know she's really got to pee or something. That's been her deal for the last couple of years. Is Reba's just always trying to get through it as quickly as possible so she can hit the restroom before.
By the way, how's that not the most like rigged thing? Where like, couldn't that person just like bet on it and be like, I know how long it'll take? Like, how does that not happen all the time?
That's true. They could get really into it and then be like, oh shit, I picked the under. And they're brave. The end. 135, everybody. Check your watches. We are all very clear it was 135. That would be really good.
This is all Whitney Houston's fault.
Yeah.
Gonna blame the dead. How dare you?
I mean,
the national anthem thing is 100% her fault.
I blame Francis Scott Key, but I do think Whitney Houston wasn't helping by singing it really long. I bet. Is that what we're talking about?
That's fine, but just thinking of something we don't. Okay, yeah.
Was she at the first one? Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not that she did the first one. I don't think she did the first really long one. Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
and then it was like, well,
because she was the kind of singer who could do that sort of what do you call it when you vocalizing that everyone adds to the national anthem now that makes it take forever.
Right.
There isn't a word for that. I don't know what it is.
Right. So she could do that. So she did it to show off because she was Whitney Houston. And like, that's fine. But now everybody does it. And like, most of you aren't Whitney Houston.
Yeah. And even if one of you was, it'd be like, how'd you get back here, Whitney Houston? Did you find the secret portal to out of hell at the Hollywood sign or whatever? Like,
hey, whoa.
Everybody knows that's where that is, Hollywood.
We're not assuming she's in hell.
Everybody goes to hell in the Percy Jackson verse. There's no heaven.
That's true.
You know,
that's
it's
true.
just where you go.
It's just some parts of hell are really nice.
Also, she was part of the Hollywood elite, and like she's, probably, she probably went to hell. That's just how it goes. Everybody that's cool goes to hell, and everybody that's boring goes to heaven. Rules are rules.
Where does that put us? We're boring, right? So definitely not cool.
I mean, I'm definitely extremely boring.
Is this a play you guys are making to get into heaven as opposed to going to hell because we're all actually so cool?
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping God is listening to the podcast. Actually, if I want to get into heaven, I very much hope he's not.
Yeah. What if that was what all God did? Just listen to podcasts.
That's what I would do if I was God.
How else would you fill the time?
I think they play these in hell. I'm pretty sure these are going over the loudspeaker.
Good point.
Yeah. I do think that, like, I don't know if you guys saw on SNL this week, AO had a fun little controversy related to the fact that on a podcast once she called Jennifer Lopez a scam or something like that. And then Jennifer Lopez was the musical guest. Yeah, well, it's a scam. It was, I can't remember this. I think it's called the Scam Girls podcast or something where they talk about different scams. And then AO was on and she was just like, by the way, Jennifer Lopez is on TV. What a scam or something. This was like 20 years ago. Well, not 20 years ago, like a while ago. Wasn't like this week. We're going on SNL with the scam. But, that's why I forget who I was talking to about this week. No one can ever run for president anymore. We're all, if you have a podcast, no president for you.
Yeah, they'll just, if we ever try to run Nando, they'll play all those times we talked about Dan Aykroyd getting a blowjob from a ghost.
Yeah, you can't let this guy be president. Yeah.
And then people will be like, I mean, there's so many things. I'm trying to think. We'll lose the coveted Mark Wahlberg endorsement, probably.
God, yeah.
You know,
that's off the table for sure.
Which I do want to point to one of my favorite comments that we got in the Discord this week.
I think I know which one you mean.
It was somebody I'm going to look for because it's pretty recent, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. He says, thinking that he can find it, but he cannot. Yes. Okay. Vices with Lore said they didn't think Wahlburgers was real. They thought it was a bit this whole time.
Oh, what?
If only we were that funny.
Yeah. I know. It's a good idea. I bet people have been telling him that for his whole life, you know? Like, Wahlberg, you're eating a hamburger. It's a Wahlburger. And he was like, I hate you, sir. And then he beat that person up, but he tucked that idea away in his brain.
Right, because he only reacted that way because that person was not white.
Exactly, yeah. But they had a point that Wahlberg and Burger have similar letters at some points. So
well, there was a whole show, right?
There is now, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reality show. Remember in the Entourage movie, he says that somebody tried to kick his Nona off of the Wahlburgers show.
Yep.
He would do something, I forget.
Beat him up, whatever.
I don't know.
Stop 9/11.
Something he definitely wouldn't do.
I don't know which one came first now that I think about it. If the show was launched with the brand or if the brand actually did exist. But he feels like it could be either one. You know, they could be like, let's make a show about me making burgers. I don't think this was a, you know, like the Wahlberg family burger stand that's been around for longer than he has been a celebrity, just out of the back of someone's truck.
I mean, that would be great.
That'd be so funny. Yeah. Like the white manna of Wahlburger. That's a local reference.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Everybody knows white manna. But yeah, speaking of white, you want a white movie? We got one for you. It just is, you know. I don't make the rules. That's just what happens. We got to talk about Argylle this week. What is this? Apple TV's Argylle. It's the movie, the hot new movie of this week, or whatever. Starring all the stars you could possibly imagine, including Lemony Snicket's Catherine O'Hara. She has a pretty significant role, and some other guys as well that were not in Lemony Snicket's. Who is in charge of the IMDb game this week?
I believe it's me.
It's a DJ.
Oh boy.
All
right. I'm curious about this because there's so many directions they can go.
Yeah. So I got it up here. So every week we do the IMDb B as in spelling bee, where two of our illustrious hosts have to guess the summaries written on IMDb.com.
Well, you could be honest. It's Nando and the other one have to guess it. You know, I think that's the rule for 2024.
Well, I don't want to say how I feel about this. Maybe the Matthew Vaughn energy, you can really channel it for this one.
Who knows?
That'd be true.
Because you can really get into his sick and twisted mind.
That's true. Oh, let me think about what it would be like if a car drove off road. Get in the zone, in the sick and twisted zone.
How much CGI do I need to get a Jeep to like grind on a cement rail? What would that even be?
That'd be dope.
The Jeep
two men can't kiss. Two men can't kiss. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
would have worked. So I bet you're asking, how do they come up with the IMDb summaries? Well, it's actually very straightforward. And we mention this every week, but it's very straightforward. There's a person at IMDb who they write the IMDb summaries for movies that haven't come out yet.
Oh.
And then those movies actually turn out to be what happens in the IMDb summaries. So they have this like tension where it's like, we need the next great movie, have the person IMDb write the summary so we can have the next great movie. So the reason Dune 2 is going to be so good is because the IMDb summary was like really good. So the quality of the summary usually follows the quality of the movie. So,
you know what they say, DJ, the bigger the movie, the bigger the summary. That's
DJ,
the classic tagline.
I simply must point out that you chose a movie that literally is based on things that a person wrote before.
That's true.
Yeah, but like, you know, they haven't seen the movie. It's the summary for the movie. It's nothing to do with the book.
Maybe every movie has been written before. We don't know. maybe Plato wrote down Jaws by accident, and then he didn't do anything with it because he was like, "What's a boat?" Like with a motor. Excuse me.
If you get 1,000 Platos at 1,000 clay tablets, one of them will eventually write Jaws.
Yeah. And then I guess someone will have to have read that to make Jaws 2, 3, and 4. But, sometimes the continuity is like, has Plato even read the most recent Jaws he made? And it's like, this is Socrates' one, actually. So
listen, as we know, to know where we have to go, we have to see where we've been.
That's true.
That's why we didn't figure out wine until we dug up some freaking clay canisters or whatever. And then we didn't know wine until we figured that out.
Don't think that's what he's saying in that scene, but all right.
All right, so
this is one of those movies. This is much like much like a sick and twisted movie, like from someone that's known for that. You got to interpret Argylle in a lot of different ways. There'll be film classes taught about what the Argylle was really saying and about. So let's get ready for a little bit of that, a small taste. Professors who want to play this instead of do their Argylle class in hell. It's a shame, but there's worse things to be doing in hell, I guess. Like entourage class. But yeah.
So I have the summary. So Nando, you get to decide whether you want to go first or second.
Well, I've lost every week in the last couple of weeks, and I'm going second every single time. So I'm going to do that again because I've learned nothing. I haven't watched a movie by a coyote about whether or not you could do the same thing a million times and fail every single time. So until I can learn that lesson from a movie, I will just have to go with my gut and let Diggins go first.
All right.
And I think this is an interesting one because I doubt we'll have anything similar. Well, I doubt we'll get the same thing because there's just so many ways it can go. But DJ, do you have any clues or anything, or like
anything you want to give us?
Vibe check on the summary?
It's not wrong. Like if you just look at what like the movie trailers present you, right?
Okay.
So that's
I would go with like.
Yeah, like I would go around that frame. It's like, have you seen the trailer? You probably could write this thing, and then probably seeing the first 20 minutes of the movie helps.
All right.
With some of the like little details.
Okay,
so, I'll give you that.
A famous author of spy novels is sucked into the real world of spies and assassins when it turns out that her books have been eerily accurate. Ooh, that was bad, but I'm sticking with it.
Nando.
Okay. Now I guess I'm not super far off, but because I thought about this as I was walking from my bedroom to here, and then it fully fell out of my brain. I have no idea what it is, like what it used to be.
I should have wrote it down.
I should have, right? It had a good flow to it, so we're just gonna try to replicate that. It's writer, let's say writer Ellie Conway learns that her spy thrillers, when writer Ellie Conway meets a real life spy, she finds out that the Argylle books she's been writing are tied to real world events and unravels a secret conspiracy that goes, I don't want to say all the way to the top because it doesn't go all the way to the top, that has the fate of the world is at stake.
Is it?
Right,
kind of.
Let's say this.
I mean, it could be, It depends on who's in a certain place at a certain time. A lot of different geopolitical events could have changed.
So I'll say this. You both did terrible.
That makes sense.
I will say you both had some parts. Nando, you almost completely blew it, and I was going to have to give it to Diggins because you had nothing, but you put in the phrase real world events.
Oh, okay.
That's enough. That was enough.
There were some real
I want
world
you to know
events.
that was enough.
That was enough to throw to a tiebreaker?
Unfortunately, yes. So that means we have to move to trivia.
Are we going to recite the trailer from memory? This would be one of the most contentious IMDb's in history.
I hope you dance as well as you look.
We're going to eat those words.
I have a couple here.
Okay.
Now, I just wanna try and go through these quickly and not stick on one and see if we could get if we're on one and you're not getting it, we're just gonna move to another one.
Okay.
So let's just start here. Who is Agent Argylle?
End of question. All right, let's go.
Who is Agent Argylle named after?
Wait, but in the context of the movie or in the meta context?
In I want to say real life. So I'll say this: it's not named after a real life person, but it's named after another character in fiction.
Okay, this is really
okay.
obvious.
Well, you go first then, Diggins.
It's named after the driver from the first Die Hard movie.
Nando.
I mean, that was what I was going to say because his name is also Argylle. We all know that.
Okay, so I guess I picked the worst possible thing.
I was hoping that was it because that is the only Argylle I knew.
Yeah, no, that's right.
I know one other bit of trivia about this movie that is related to the cat, so I was kind of hoping this was related to that, but it's not.
I do have a cat one that was going to be the next one.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right.
Jury duty. It's jury duty, right?
Can you guys either give me... Well, I'll try and give me both. It'll be 1 point for each.
Mm-hmm.
I would like the name of the cat in real life, which you have nothing to go off. You just have to,
It's probably some fucking pun, like Chris Pratt was the name of the rat in Avengers or something.
I'll give you this. It is a one-word name. It's not it's a one-word name. I will give you that. And then who is the owner of the cat?
What do you mean?
And they're not some random person. There is a relation.
In real life, the cat.
In real life, who owns the cat? And what is the real life cat's name?
What? Photoshop, right? It's a real cat. Stockimages.com.
Well, that's why normally when you have an animal in a movie, there's actually multiple animals.
Yeah.
The difficulty of wrangling them and how many times you need them on set. But this cat is real so little in this movie that they only needed one.
I'm pretty sure this cat's name was catfile.jpg. So wait, okay. So hold on. There's a real life human being who owns the cat that this is in, or a cat that it's based on.
The cat is in the movie sometimes.
The cat actor.
This person brought their cat to set, and we're like, here's my cat.
Yes.
Okay.
And that cat has a name, and that cat plays as Alfie. When it's not the CGI cat.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's easiest job in Hollywood.
I think I know the second part of this. I think.
Well, do you want to go first, Diggins, and just crush Nando with your people's elbow of
Man, yeah, I can't.
But I know this. I mean, I think I saw this in my research, if that counts. I don't remember the cat's name at all. I'm gonna go with Mittens.
Okay.
And I believe it is Matthew Vaughn's wife's cat.
Yeah, and as far as the name of the cat, I don't know. I'm gonna say God, I don't know. What's a good name for a cat besides the ones that I have? What's a name that you hear for cats all the time? Mr. Whiskers is the name of the cat, and yeah, it's the Matthew Vaughn's wife cat. We all know that.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So all right. So it is Matthew Vaughn's wife's cat. I'm gonna give you each 2 more cracks at the name.
Is it something you think we can conceivably guess?
Is this a common cat name? Have you heard of a cat named this before?
I'm not sure. It's not common, but it's not so far out. I don't know, just give it a try. I said give me 2 more guesses. We won't linger on it. You're just guessing cat names. I got other stuff here.
Dennis.
Not Dennis.
Bombballerina.
No.
McCavity.
Just give me,
famous cat.
give me 1 more and then we'll move on.
Mr. Tittles.
Oh, yeah, that's not
Said
bad.
It was 1 word.
I know, but you get a Mr. Tittles. So.
God, I don't know. Steve.
I like Steve. His name is Chip. This is Chip.
That's not a name for a cat. That's a name for a chipmunk. God damn it.
Fine. Then all right.
Matthew Vaughn and his wife got to get it together.
I get more trivia. You guys are doing great. The trivia.
Is any of the trivia based on the movie, or is it all about the cat specifically?
So the problem is a lot of the movie trivia is spoilery.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I can't like say it, so I just gotta. So like here's one. It's not spoilery. It does happen later in the movie, but it's in no way a spoiler. Okay, there is something that Bryce Dallas Howard does in this movie, that isn't like a little like kind of tongue-in-cheek reference to something she did in a previous movie. That like Diggins is nodding his head like, I obviously know it.
No,
but does Nando not know it?
I was like, I know what they're doing, why they're doing this.
All right, so maybe you'll again crush Nando with your people's elbow. But if you say it first, I guess won't Nando just say the same thing that you said?
What? This is nonsense. DJ, this isn't the real Agent Argylle of you. This is being very not the real Agent Argylle.
Roger did this better where he DM'd me. So I could have you guys DM me.
Here's what I'm gonna say, because I'm so confident about this. I'm so certain I'm right that Nando goes first, and even if we're both wrong, he wins if I'm not right.
Oh, but what if Nando gets it right first?
Yeah, if I get it right,
then he wins.
Oh, what?
I'm so confident about this that I'm willing to accept these terms.
Man, I kind of forgot what it is, so I'm gonna have to take a shot at it. So here's the thing. I bet I know what it is, but I cannot remember it happening in the movie, so that's not a great sign. I'm gonna say it's not that doesn't have anything to do with Paul Giamatti, probably, right? He's not in this. No. She doesn't have like a lady in the water
Paul
reference.
Giamatti is not in this movie, if that's what you're wondering.
Whoa.
Yeah. So my guess, and again, I cannot remember when this happens, is she kicks off her heels or something like Jurassic Park. Just something like something related to that.
All right. That is correct. I'm going to say the specific circumstances in which this happens.
I feel like my answer was good enough.
After she does spoilers for the movie.
Yeah, wait, don't spoil it. Try to be general.
Yeah, like, I feel like you do without
spoiling. I do think some people will be listening to this podcast without
right before
having seen
the climax begins, when she is going to meet up with Sam Rockwell after they've been separated. She is in like a big sparkly fancy dress outfit, so she kicks off the heels she's wearing before she runs off to find Sam Rockwell and puts on big combat boots instead.
I think I nailed it then. I got a really good
and no one's going to dispute this, but I have to give it to Diggins.
What?
Right?
No, I gave him so much help by guessing it correctly. 100%. What did I say, DJ? What did I say? Kicks off her heels, and then that's what it was? I think I got it right.
I wish this were like real life sports where I could like go to like, all right, New York, give me the replay. Tell me what happens. Like, I need some other arbiter. So look, I mean, I mean, like
in Jeopardy, the closest thing we have to real life sports of this, if one contestant says like, you know, Obama, and then the other contestant says Barack Hussein Obama, the second guy isn't more right. It's still the right answer.
But you were just like guessing that. Like,
I guessed. Well, no, I didn't guess. I remembered it happened. I just didn't name the exact moment. But I was like, that's probably what it was.
I set the terms. Nando said it. I'll take the L.
Really? I mean, but no, that's why I think it's another tie. It's not a win or a loss. It's another. All right,
I guess we're gonna keep going down this horrible.
Descending deeper.
Hole. All right, let me find a not spoilery. Okay, this is. All right, we're gonna go for this. I don't think this is spoilery, so God, this might be advantage Nando, but let's just go for it. All right, at one point, and again, this is like trailer stuff, so I feel like it's not spoilery.
Well, but I mean, if it's the trailer, I could just play it in my head. Like, as we all know, the Argylle trailer's tattooed on the inside of my eyelids. Yeah, we'll see.
Samuel Jackson is in this movie.
What?
As we know from the trailers.
Yeah.
Well, he's in the trailers.
That's true.
And there are a lot of people in the trailers who I'm not sure if they're in this movie.
Samuel L. Jackson.jpg is in this movie.
Samuel L. Jackson hanging out at his actual home is in this movie.
Archival Kingsman footage. Samuel L. Jackson is in this movie.
Listen, he's watching a Laker game somewhere.
Somebody is,
right? He's watching a Laker game somewhere.
Which, like, where is he, in the south of France or some shit? I don't know if they're playing the game at that time.
Oh, he's watching it on replay.
So those early morning games, right? He's watching. Yeah, he's watching it on replay instead of like the thing he should be watching.
Yeah, he's watching old Lakers footage.
Yeah,
instead of what he should be.
It's like an Adam Sandler, like Uncut Gems, just like reliving the moment of winning some bet or something. He's like really horrible gambling addict.
He says a phrase to Sam Rockwell and Bryce Dallas Howard. This phrase that he said is also a tagline in a different movie. I'll even say a different Matthew Vaughn movie. It's like it was the tagline for that movie. Can you give me the phrase and movie? Your puzzled looks are just doing. This is great. This is awesome.
Okay. He said this is a line from the trailer, or this is something he says in the movie that wasn't in the trailer? He says in
the movie, let's get you blank and blank.
Right. But so this wasn't in the trailer.
I don't think.
Okay. That's why. Yeah, I don't think it was either, because I know the one word he says in that one phrase, and I'm like, that can't be.
No, yeah,
is that the subtitle for Kingsman?
I was gonna say a lot of people don't know the tagline for Kingsman was "It's time to meet the real Agent Argylle."
How did we not see it coming? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So one of these, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I mean.
And I gave you, it's blank and blank. That's what I'm looking for. Blank and
blank. Is the clarification? Is the thing that this is referencing the full sentence, or is the thing that this is referencing just blank and blank?
Blank and blank, yeah. I'm glad you were both puzzled. Not a slam dunk for either of you.
I mean, like,
if he was Guy Ritchie, which I sometimes think he is, then
so does he. He was. To be fair, he worked on a bunch of Guy Ritchie movies back in the day. He was like the assistant director on like Snatch or something like that. So they're friends.
Okay.
But
all right. Yeah. Well, I guess Nando, you're going to give me the first.
I mean, like, I feel stupid because I've seen all his movies except for like that first one. That's probably the best one out of all of them. What's it? Layer Cake? Is that him? Or no? Yeah. That's him. So I haven't seen that, so I can't guess what the one of that is. But like I've seen the other ones, right? So it's like it's time to get you guys like, I don't know, like I gotta really think because like okay,
it's time to get you kick and ass.
Yeah, like okay. Here's another question. I'll ask this.
All right.
You can answer if you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Is it a phrase that was invented for whatever this poster was, or is it a phrase that existed in real life before this?
This one, I don't think this is a real life phrase.
Okay.
This is like a phrase that was sent out with all of the marketing materials for this movie that came out. It was like, it might not, maybe it was on I can see if it was on the poster, but like if you Google that movie and the phrase, it's like all the marketing materials. It's like, blank is getting blank and blank for new blank movie. Like all the marketing was like this. It seems like they were pushing this. I don't know why.
I feel pretty bad for not putting up my Kingsman poster in the office right now.
Listen, I didn't say.
I really like.
Wait, can we look at things in our room?
I have
save me.
All right,
I have a guess, but I don't. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. I'm not gonna look at things in my room because like I know like it's gonna be like. Okay. How about like armed and fabulous or something like that?
Okay, Diggins.
It's not a real life phrase, so it's not locked and loaded.
No, yeah, that was. It's hard because I'll say what I think after Diggins goes. That's like when it kind of what led me to that, and then the zone I'm sitting in.
At some point, I'm going to give you the movie just to maybe help.
He's getting costumed and dangerous.
Okay, now that you got it, I can confirm it is on the marketing material on some of the posters. It's on the same poster. It's on different posters. Let me, because you guys are so lost, let me give you the movie. It's the second Kingsman movie. That's the one. It's the second Kingsman movie. Does that help at all?
I mean, like a little bit. It helps me not have to guess it's not magnetoed and fucking, beasted. That's that
so how's this?
crosses that off.
The term was drawing a contrast between the Kingsman and the Statesman.
Jesus Christ.
It's
Um,
I'm gonna give you each another guess, and then I'm gonna really drag you both across the finish line to whoever it can click for first.
I mean, drawing a okay. Drawing a contrast in that one word represents the Kingsman and one word represents the Statesman.
More or less, yes.
Okay. I'll say, let's do fancy and dancy or something like that.
Okay, Diggins.
Let's get you mannered and hammered.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, so you guys are on the right track. It is a rhyming scheme. There is these two words are like a rhyming
slant
scheme.
rhyme.
Yeah.
Whatever. This might be a regular. No, it's like a regular rhyme. I wouldn't call this a slant rhyme. It is a regular rhyme. I don't want to lead you down the wrong path. And it is like the Kingsmen are this and the Statesmen are this. There's like one more hint I have, but I feel like it's the big giveaway hint, so I'm not quite there, but maybe soon.
I mean, like, my problem with the rhyming is like I do have a couple words that I think are the Kingsman one, and then I cannot think of a rhyme for the other one. So like, I think I'm betting it's like let's get you guys.
I'll even say this. The line doesn't really make sense in the movie. It seems like they really put it in to be like, I want to reference an obscure marketing thing from Kingsman 2. Because the line is kind of
the best movie that everyone loves.
What is it? Could it be does Kingsman have like a whiskey like store or whatever? So like, let's get you guys. These don't rhyme, but I want to use both of them in case one of them's right. Classy and whiskey or something.
All right. Diggins.
Wild and mild.
Okay. This is the drag you over the finish line. It is in reference to like the clothing they wear. It's like the Kingsmen are this and the Statesmen are that.
Wait, but is this is a phrase then? Suited and booted? Is that it?
Diggins.
I mean, that sounds right. So suited and booted.
That's like a real phrase, though.
Is that a real phrase?
Yeah, it's a real
Are
phrase.
you serious?
Mm-hmm. It means just like it means just like dressed up. I don't know what it means. Like I don't know what it's in reference to.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's a phrase. Dressed in formal clothes.
We're gonna be here all night.
Yeah. It's originally South Asian, apparently.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I got one more, and if you don't get this, I'm just gonna I don't know, fall over and die because I would rather have that happen than have to deal with this.
I mean, there's other like tiebreakers we've done, right? Like cast order things, like you know.
Can't wait. Yeah, maybe we'll just go
a lot of cast in this.
I'm just gonna give one. You guys get like 2 guesses to figure it out, and if not, it's we're on to the next. Okay, Agent Argylle is.
A lot of Agent Argylle trivia, DJ. Every time you say it, I'm like, oh no, that's the spoiler.
Henry Cavill, Agent Argylle,
yes,
is on the roof of a Hong Kong building when he's talking to some lady.
Yes,
and he says a phrase that is a spy reference movie. Can you name the phrase he says?
This is another thing that is in the movie, not in the trailer, right? Like this is something.
Probably in the movie. I don't remember it from the trailer. But again, I don't feel like I saw every trailer.
I mean, I think it's something like, is it like Live and Let Die or something? Is that what he says?
Diggins.
I feel like he asks her if she's shaken.
Oh, that would be good.
Okay. Neither of those, but you both are on the right track.
It's a Bond
I'll
movie
give you
thing.
Yeah.
I'll give you each 2 more. At least you're on the right track.
I know he like he doesn't say like I'm gonna die another day. He can't. Does he see? He doesn't say Doctor No. No. I don't know.
Diggins.
Yeah.
He says Thunderball.
Yeah.
No. That's not my guess. That's not my guess.
Okay. It's fine.
What are other famous James Bond phrases?
Right.
Does he?
It's not.
Sorry.
It's not necessarily a Bond. Well.
It's not necessarily a thing he says, but just a reference to the Bond movies. Got you.
Yes.
He says, I've got a golden eye on you.
All right, you should get one more guess.
Is he say the word "Time to Kill"? That's like a James Bond movie, right?
I don't think "Time to Kill" is a Bond movie.
It's one of the ones I might. Maybe it's the next one. Does she say, "Is Idris Elba here?" And he's like, "Absolutely fucking not." No,
he does give her a bunch of gold, so I feel like gold might be the thing. But the only other thing is like gold finger, so I don't think so.
It's up to you, Diggins. Bring it home. And then I got one more trivia, and then we'll do like cast draft, because this trivia one is actually pretty good.
The next one or the one we're doing right now?
The next one.
Okay.
I'm going to drag this out as long as humanly possible, because now I want the audience to suffer. I want them to suffer. Skip ahead 20 minutes if you want our thoughts on the movie.
Oh, God. He says, we've got a view to a kill, baby.
No. At one point he says there's no time to die.
Huh.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Bryce Dallas Howard cited blank as an inspiration for her character, saying, and I'm quoting, this is Bryce Dallas Howard saying this person was a reference to her character. She is a cat lady. She's got this awesome backpack with a cat in it, and she walks around with it. She loves a good Argylle sweater, and there's sort of an unapologetic dorkiness about her. Who is she referencing?
So wait a second, real quick. This wouldn't spoil anything in the movie, right?
No.
Okay. Can I go first?
Yeah.
Is it Taylor Swift?
Diggins.
Julia Child.
Nando wins!
Yeah, Taylor Swift is part of it. And in fact, I think that's why part of me was like, is that the name of the cat too? But I didn't want to say it because I was like, maybe that'll be a thing later. Because that's why they got a Scottish fold, I think, is because Matthew Vaughn's kids were like, we love those. And it's because Taylor Swift apparently is like really into them.
Nando, you did it. You beat me into submission enough
Thank
where you figured out that Taylor Swift was the person.
They got their cat because of Taylor Swift, and she should have named it Bombalurina.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, that's the closest I came to maybe taking a shot at it. But
we should have just ended this 10 minutes ago when Diggins gave you the thing for his terms of he'll take if you can figure out the heels thing off first. But it's all good. We're here. We got to the end.
Incredible.
Thankfully, I'm going to read this summary.
Oh, yeah.
What this is supposed to be about.
Yeah, what is it?
A reclusive author who writes espionage novels about a secret agent and a global spy syndicate realizes the plot of the new book she's writing starts to mirror real-world events in real time.
That's not correct at all.
That's not at all. Yeah, no.
Well, this is my fault now for saying it's kind of right.
I'm just saying,
it's kind of right.
No, she doesn't realize that at all.
Yeah, she realizes it when a character says it to her. She's like, oh, I realized that you told me that. Good to know.
Well, okay, I guess...
She's not like reading the news and going like, wow, Hong Kong or whatever. But
that's fair. I guess the realization has come when it is told to her. But all right. I think overall.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Diggins, you said spy novels, not espionage. You said author.
Yeah, I said the thing a human being might say instead of
they use the word espionage in the trailer, though. Now that I think about it, I feel dumb because she asks him what he does and he says espionage.
Nando, you pulled victory from the jaws of defeat by saying real world events. Otherwise, I'd be like, well, you got nothing right.
Yeah.
You got zero right.
I called her an author. Did I not say author?
I called her a writer.
Oh, damn.
I mean, really.
I had that. I called her a writer.
She's not really an author when you get down to it. She's more of a writer. She's like coming up with ideas, She's like we'll see. But yeah, interesting.
Oh my gosh. Well, that was painful.
Incredible.
What do we do now? Do we talk about this or something?
Oh, yeah, we give our opinions of it. Oh, no. Let's do that
part first. We get to set the tone.
I mean, I will set the tone with the movie Agent Argylle. So I'm going to try as hard as I can not to spoil it and with like my
this will
ideas
be hard. I just want to say, I think
it.
This is going to be difficult.
Yeah. I think all right. Because, I mean, I think people have lots of opinions about this movie that have nothing to do with the actual, spoilery parts of the movie.
I speak generally enough. People know this is a movie with twists in it. Like,
yeah, exactly. And the movie really like is sold on that. So if you don't want to know absolutely anything about Agent Argylle or whatever, even stuff that maybe would be kind of inferable, then, you know, don't listen to this. I think you'd have to,
like, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if you're listening to it in hell and they haven't made you watch Argylle yet, but they made you listen to the podcast. That's the devil's fault. That doesn't have anything to do with us. Yeah. And yeah, I was convinced they get Apple TV in hell too. Like, I was pretty sure the movies go there first to get tested, and then they come back up to heaven.
Only Paramount Plus.
Oh my God, that's a shame.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Right, because that's the rule: is only angels can be holding Apple devices, and only devils have to be holding like other devices. So you know they're good. Yeah, that's how God secretly judges you when you go up to heaven. He's like, real quick, let me see your phone, and then if it's an Apple device, come right in, sir. And if it's not, right to hell with you.
Well, who among us is getting into heaven then?
No, not me, that's for sure. But if you have the big stupid Apple headphones, you get to become God. So like the ones that are the eyeglasses things that make your eyes look like blue eyes or whatever, that weigh 100 pounds. Anyway, listen, I like this movie. It's not very good, but I liked it.
Trying to sneak that in there, huh?
Yeah, no, I don't really have anything to say about it besides just, okay, here's what I'll say. Because I will take like some of the really big trailer stuff as like things we can kind of describe as the movie. That opening scene that's in all the trailers where they do the dance and David Bowie and stuff. I was like, okay. When it started, I was like, all right, whatever. We're doing that scene, and you know, there Dua Lipa is, and there's Henry Cavill and his whole outfit, and then
Dua Lipa, who has been surgically excised from the trailer version of this scene.
I mean, good for her, you know. She's very, you know, I like Dua Lipa personally. I watched her interview with Seth Meyers and I'm a fan, but I don't know any of her music or what she's famous for. She just seems kind of cool. So I'm like, good for you, Dua Lipa. She's in the movie for like, you know, a very, very short amount of time, but I think that was probably obvious from the trailer. Anyway, so I'm watching that scene and I'm like, this is okay. This is pretty much what I expected. It's all the same shit. And then Henry Cavill chasing her, like DJ already said, so I don't feel like this is a spoiler, does a pretty weird little move where he slams into a wall and then grinds his Jeep down a railing. And I was like, hell yeah, this is pretty good. Like, I think this is what Tenet is for nerds, but for me, you know, like whenever film nerds talk about like, it's a vibes movie, I'm like, no, it's boring. But this is a vibes movie. None of the plot makes any sense. And I don't remember most of it in terms of like who was where. And if I had to explain it, I really would be doing bad. It wouldn't work because I think there's parts of this movie that directly contradict other parts of this movie. So like, but at the same time, like I did enjoy that first thing and that last thing. And I think, and the last thing that happens, I think I had fun with it. Also just like, I think I really think they killed themselves with that from the sick and twisted mind of Matthew Vaughn thing. But because like I think if they went a little bit more tongue in cheek with it, like with like from the like kind of like the way that the Fallout trailer was like from the people who made You Boys and 2 Day Streaming, if it was a little bit more like from the guy who made the one good X-Men movie and one good Kingsman movie, you'd be a little bit more like, oh good, this movie doesn't think it's any genius. But it really like set the expectations way too high. I think also that was part of it too. I hadn't seen it until the reviews were all like, it's not good. So I think my expectations were pretty low. But that said, it had other things that I liked. Obviously, Sam Rockwell and Kat were the big two. But I also like Bryce Dallas Howard. I think she's fun. And I I love a lot of the other random mass cast members. Like Catherine O'Hara, I think was pretty fun in it. And I don't think, I think Henry Cavill seems to have kind of limits on how interesting he can be sometimes, unless directed by the one guy who's able to get a good performance out of him. So the fact that he's not in it as much, I think also helped. Overall, I liked it, but I know it's bad. And especially the middle is bad and boring, but the end is fun and the beginning is fun.
And Nando's like, I liked it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remove it.
Yeah, my apologies, everyone. I'm a bad person for liking this.
Listen, it's not quite the same thing I feel with Speed Racer, where I have to be like, listen, I like this movie, but you might not. Or I like this movie, but like there's a bunch of stuff about like the racing economy and their stock market that makes this movie pretty impenetrable to people that are trying to get the different thing out of it than I was. But at the same time, and I don't think this is as good as Speed Racer either, where I do think Speed Racer is secretly genius. Like, I don't think this movie is that, but I think people's brains were poisoned by that trailer because people hated this movie before they saw it because they saw the trailer so many times. But I think that was part of the problem is there was only one trailer. They usually make two or three,
and they
didn't want to spoil stuff.
Everything.
Right, because no movies are coming out this year. I think we're going to run into that problem a lot because, like, I started seeing trailers in movies for movies that come out next week, and I'm like, they don't usually do that. Trailers in the movie theater are usually pretty far ahead, but it's like, you know, what are we going to put a trailer for besides Dune and Deadpool?
Even Monkey Man's like pretty quick.
Yeah, Monkey Man comes out in and what's the one that comes out in March that keeps shocking me? It's not Dune, it's something else. We've talked about it on the podcast a couple times. March 2024.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing.
Movies.
Not the Ides of March Google.
No, it's Ghostbusters.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Stuff like Ghostbusters. I'm seeing so many trailers for it. And it's like, yeah, that movie comes out later.
I'm constantly shocked that movie's coming out so soon.
I know. And you know what else? So besides having a near superhuman tolerance for cats and Sam Rockwell and Matthew Vaughn, I also did just do like spy stuff. And you know what else? This is what I'll say to anybody who's it's so much better than all the other ones of these. It's so much better than Red Notice. It's so much better than Ghosted. It's so much better than The Gray Man at just like having fun and not thinking that it's good. I mean, I think it thinks that it's good at certain points, but like, I think by the 8th twist, it's like this is stupid though, right? Like we know. This isn't Jonathan Nolan didn't write this secretly to be deconstructed over the course of 18 years. Like it's just, that's what it is. But anyway, yeah, I think it's fine. I think it has lots of problems. And I understand anybody that finds it just generally irritating. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Diggins, what about you? What do you think of the mysterious Agent Argylle, the real identity?
So, as Nando alluded to, there has been a very negative critical response to this movie. I took a look through some of that after I saw the movie, just to see what people were saying. A lot of complaints are centered around the movie being overly long, besides people who just find Matthew Vaughn's whole thing irritating.
People that are normal and what's another word for normal? Average instead of sick or twisted.
Yeah, exactly.
The straight and narrow path.
It makes sense.
People think it's overly long and overly complicated, and like convoluted and stuff. And I don't think either of those are true. I didn't have a problem with the runtime necessarily. And I don't think this movie's complicated. I think this movie is, there's a lot like of twists and stuff, but every time there's a twist, it's accompanied within 15 minutes of a character sitting Bryce Dallas Howard down and going, okay, so let me fully explain this twist to you and exactly how it works and like everything that happened leading up to it. Which makes it very easy by the end to understand the actual events that have transpired. What this movie is, instead of convoluted or complicated, is stupid. This movie is extremely stupid.
What? No.
Because I am fully confident in my knowledge of, like I said, the actual events. The problem is, if you think about those events and what the characters knew at the time they knew them and like what they've done with that knowledge, it's dumb. They shouldn't have done those things because they were stupid ideas.
What if that's it though? You know, what if this is the Dumb and Dumber of spy movies and they just
It's
didn't
beyond
sell
your
it like that? But we're
comprehension,
just supposed to
Diggins.
assume everybody here had like brain injury from a gas leak a couple of years ago. This is the best they can do.
I think
Maybe
if this was like a parody movie where it is like they're just like addicted to complexity and they do a bunch of things that they don't need to, I think that could be kind of fun. That's not what this movie is. It's not a parody. It is taking itself seriously enough that it's not like a satire or like supposed to be funny that this stuff is happening, I don't think. All of which is to say, the movie is certainly no Kingsman. It's not great. It's weird. It's weird in the choices it makes. It's very dumb. I do think some of the fun stuff is fun. I did kind of like the Jeep grinding down the rail just for being so stupid. But the CGI looked so bad that it kind of took me out of it. Which is a huge problem with this movie. The movie doesn't look very good in the moments that it really needs to, for the most part. All of which is to say, do I like this movie? Not particularly, but I don't hate it either. I'm not like, oh, this movie's so bad. Like 33% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Is that what it's rocking? Woof.
Ooh.
Yeah, something like that.
What, Madam Web gonna get negative numbers on it? It does feel like you get more zeros than you used to before by being a movie that's just not quite as good.
Yeah. So, like, it's fine. I don't think you have to go out and see it. I don't think it's that great. It's better than the Kingsman movies that aren't one.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely better than 2.
Yeah.
I would say it's right up there with the most recent one. And there's no Hitler in this one. I know. And that's the thing. Like, this movie doesn't have anything quite as stupid as that. But I don't think anything that's great in this movie beats that one fight scene with Rasputin that I think is pretty good in that first.
That's
in
fair.
The King's Man.
The King's Man just might personally offend my sensibilities more as a person who likes history.
And doesn't like the idea that Hitler was secretly working with, who is it?
Vladimir
Karl Marx? Lenin, that's who it is, yeah.
The most insane. I mean, other than the time they did secretly work together when they signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
The idea so you're saying they got it right. I didn't know that.
The idea that they were ideologically working together is insane.
I do like I haven't thought about that.
Also, that wasn't Lenin. That was Stalin, to be fair.
Oh, right, yeah. I was going to say, assuming this movie takes place in this shared Kingsman universe that Matthew Vaughn has said it does, which is something he's been saying for a while.
Yeah.
This is a universe where just Hitler was secretly part of this whole thing. You know, like, it's not something that's ever said, but we should be thinking it, you know? Right. Like, everything should be viewed through that lens of, like, this weird conspiracy that doesn't make any sense.
And I think also my opinion probably was influenced by the expectation setting of, I saw it after reviews came out and everyone was like, oh, it's bad. So I went in expecting it to be bad. And then I was like, well, it's not bad. It's just not that good. But yeah, no. So I guess, I mean, I think I'm less positive than Nando overall, just because it's pitched less to my sensibilities, perhaps. But I kind of agree that it's really not that terrible.
Yeah, I do think I think our bar has been raised significantly, because I just looked up the Rotten Tomato score for the first Suicide Squad movie, and it's like 26. And there's no way that this movie is 8 points better than that. And I know Rotten Tomatoes is like bullshit, but like, just in general, I feel like our ceilings and our floors have gotten, there's like I don't know what you would call it, like the wealth gap of movies has stretched to a point where everything has to be the greatest movie ever or a complete disaster.
There is like one trope in this movie though that is sort of a thing I really like that they end up not actually going through with, but for the like period of the movie where I thought that's what they were doing, I was kind of into it just because I like that trope. But the trope is a huge spoiler, so I'm not going to say what it is for now. What about you, DJ? What did you think of the movie?
I think you guys said all the important bits, because I kind of land where you guys are. This movie, out front, it's not as bad as all the reviews. So like that expectation setting for me, I felt somewhere at the beginning, I'm like, this isn't like interesting, but the CGI, I'm like, and it's like kind of janky, like when John Cena like rips Dua Lipa off the motorcycle. I'm like, oh, that just looked really bad.
Well, DJ, they filmed it in front of a big script for the movie. You know, you've seen in the trailer, they had the green screen grease behind her because they were in front of the script. So that's why it looks a little weird.
So things like that, like did take me out of it.
Man, if I had to,
weirdly enough.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, if I had to key one person in human like history to green screen out, I feel like John Cena's got to be the easiest one. He's all angles, you know. There's no hair, there's no fuzz. It's just like I could put him in anything. Dua Lipa's probably trickier though.
I did not think he was good in this, by the way. I actually thought he was.
Wait, John Cena was in this? I don't think so.
Right,
I think we'd know if he was in it. So
it would have been all over the promotional material.
Yeah.
But like, I think the problem is like that this movie tried to be like, so it's like, oh my God, we're so twisty. There's going to be 8 different, like twists. The last ultimate twist angered me so much because it's so stupid and so poorly timed. And it's also so obvious.
I don't even know which one you're talking about. That's the thing.
Good,
there's like 3 that it could be in my head.
And for me, and I guess I can put this on there and it's not a spoiler, but Anonymous Fan.
Oh, okay.
That was the, I was fuming by the end.
I thought you were talking about Don't You Want to Hear My Story, which I think as far as twists made my head explode.
You're right.
What the fuck was that?
I was so checked out by then. I can't wait to talk about this later.
Yeah, also, spoilers. I think maybe that's also a thing that makes this movie get lower reviews than it maybe should, is that the final 2 things in the movie suck so fucking bad.
I've never
like those 2, right, Diggins? Like, or
the last one. Yeah, they're just also mindless.
The last 3 things in this movie suck so bad.
Oh God.
I had so much trouble just figuring that out in my head for a second. I was like, wait, what did I just even watch then? What was this?
I'll just say those 3 parts worse than Tenet for me. For me, worse than Tenet. Those 3 things, because they don't make any sense. And we'll talk about it. But yeah, it's just like the parts of this movie that are just like the spy movie. It's like, fine, I'll throw it out there. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't hate the ice skating scene. I was fine with it.
Oh yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense, but watching it, I'm like, sure, why the fuck not? Because like that's where you're at that point in the movie, because it's like at the very end. But like to like watch all of like the stuff that's like, this is fine. Or even like the scene from the trailers, the colorful smoke like scene, like all that stupid shit. I'm like, I'm fine with this. It's just every like 8th twist that's just so infuriating. And a lot of the ones are twists that are like kind of obvious. Some are, some aren't, and the ones that aren't are like, I think you're kind of shoehorning this in. And it's like, stop trying to be so smart. Like, maybe just the initial premise of like the Agent Argylle portion was good enough, and you could have made that movie instead of a movie after that reveal, and then there's 40 minutes of movie, which is bad. And I think that's why I'm so frustrated, and probably why it's got all those zeros on Rotten Tomato. Because yes, the sum of all parts of the movie isn't that bad, but like the back third fucking sucks.
No. Because the back third that's the thing. The back third is where the ice skating thing is, right? So like every time the movie almost lost me, something fun would happen. And like there's one specific thing that happens in the ice skating where like I was also enjoying it, but not to spoil it, but a character winks at another character, and I was like, oh hell yeah. And then like stuff like that.
Well, I wish also in the trailer, Nando.
That is in the trailer, that's right.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But so like,
yeah,
that's what kills me. Matthew Vaughn's got some good ideas, but then it's ruined by all this other crap. Like he thinks he's too good. He's like, I'm so fucking smart, guys.
He made Agent Argylle, not us. So what do we know? He's the smart one.
I don't know that anyone who made this movie thinks that they're smart.
Well, then there's things that are put in this movie that I think are just infuriating, which we will talk about. So, like, where do I land on it? I think it's like, it's not that bad. There will be parts that make you so angry. And to dig into this overall point, yeah, I think it's kind of dumb. The whole thing's not dumb, but a lot of it's dumb. So there's a lot of dumb in here.
I will also say, like, and I think that the Sam Rockwell thing is part of it. Like, without him, this movie would be unbearable. And I'm not even saying he's like the greatest actor ever, but he just does bring a different energy to stuff like this. That like if this character was just Henry Cavill, it would be really dull.
So what's the movie we did?
I know exactly why Nando loves this movie, but unfortunately, to say it would be a spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll get there. I was just gonna say where we did the pod. What was the movie where it's Sam Rockwell on the moon?
Moon.
I can't remember the.
It's called
I'm
Moon.
pretty sure
Moon.
it might as well
Right.
be called Sam Rockwell on the Moon, starring Kevin Spacey,
Yeah, so-
his good friend.
See our Sam Rockwell on the moon pod for like why it like this works in terms of like this being Sam Rockwell.
Yeah.
Like, you think that's like pretty solid?
Yeah, I feel like the other thing, there's something else you said that was interesting. Oh, yeah. I do think that, like, especially at the end, now, not even as much at the end with all the insane twists at the end, because I also think at that point I'd kind of written it off as that making any sense. But a lot of stuff in the middle, I was like, oh, this is weird. But every so often the movie would do something that was so interesting that I was like, oh, this is like what it is, right? This specifically, there's a bit with the smoke, without spoiling it again, where something's happening and then another character looks at a camera to see that and it looks different. And I'm like, oh, this is like a movie. Or there's the thing where Henry Cavill is doing dialogue and then he like speaks again. He's like, no, that doesn't work. Hold on. And then you rewrite it with him. I'm like, oh, that's the movie too. But neither of them were the movie. Instead, it was all the twisted stuff. So like, I feel like this could have been Kingsman. It just didn't work out. But yeah, I think there's a world where this is like the best one of these he's made. But
the camera thing kind of confused me a little because none of the rest of the movie is like that.
Yep, exactly. Yes. And it's like, well, maybe it is, maybe. Well, no, actually, that's not true. One other thing in the movie is kind of like that. The train fight, I think, has shades of that. Shades of like the difference between one thing and the other thing.
Yeah, I guess.
But I don't think it's highlighted strongly enough that it's intentional. But also, yeah, the movie's weird. Oh yeah,
and I think it's fine that the movie's weird. It's also unfortunate that like it's ultimately not quality enough because again it's long, and then I think there's like some quality but like a lot of like bad but also just like neutral. Like too much of Sam Jackson watching a Lakers game.
No, that stuff was great. Oh my god, I love that so much. I think his characters like I don't think this is like a law in his like movie, like his contract or writer. But I think you should put it in if it's not. The first line spoken to Samuel L. Jackson in any movie should just be, don't get up. Stay right there. Because, man, I could not. No one has ever sat more in a movie. And I respect the hell out of it because I bet he got a nice big paycheck and he was fine.
Between the Marvels and now this, the man loves
I
to
know. Secret Invasion, like... And he does like 8 movies a year. And it's like, yeah, I know, because he's too busy walking from movie to movie. He gets there, he's like, oh, sorry. I was just in, Pinewood or whatever. And now I have to be in whatever we're filming this, the volume. It's all in the volume, actually. So it's probably just switching chairs in the volume.
We need to get Sam Jackson and Liam Neeson in a sit-off.
I know, right? Is there like a seesaw movie we can make or something where they're both sitting as far as they can? Like...
Oh man, I would absolutely watch the Sam Jackson Liam Neeson seesaw movie.
Yeah, like Roland Emmerich could make it or something. So it's like the seesaw is going to explode or whatever. Or Roland Emmerich, whatever the hell his name is. Like, yeah, he did so many movies over the last like 5 years that it's like, how would he even have time? And how would he even have time to like do little fucking commercials for Marvel Snap and stuff? Like he does so much shit. And there's even secret movies nobody sees, like The Kill Room. I don't know what that is. It's got Uma Thurman, Joe Manganiello, and Samuel L. Jackson. And it looks like a real movie. When did he have the time?
A real movie, not one of those fake ones.
No, not like Coyote v. Acme or something. This is like a movie. They released this in theaters for people to see. What if they didn't shoot the Coyote v. Acme movie? They just forgot to. And they were like, this is all a big ploy to make it see everybody, because everybody that's made this movie has come out and been like, this is the greatest movie. We made it with all of our hearts and we made real sets and you'll never see it, but it's incredible. That's like, we're in a producer situation, I think.
Where they're trying to inflate the value of the tax write-off they get by talking about how good the movie is.
Because someone forgot to make it. They all thought the other one was making the Coyote v. Acme movie that day, and they were just taking off. This is what happens when nobody wants to go back to work. They don't want to make Coyote v. Acme anymore. So John Tapper was saying.
be in the office. You gotta be in the office to make Coyote v. Acme.
Yep. Everybody does it at home, and then you don't make it. Yep.
Well,
bullshit. But yeah, also DJ, you're right. This movie looks bad. It does it strikes or it smacks of like kind of Kingsman 2 kind of look bad too. Like, but it's like, what happened to this? Because Kingsman 1, while not looking amazing, like looks pretty good. Do you think it's like a time or money issue? Did he forget where he put all the sets?
Probably like with what happens a lot with Marvel movies these days is where it's like you don't finalize things, and then CGI has to be done very quickly, and and then so they don't have the time to like make it look good, or like to do it properly rather.
Yeah, I wonder, did this movie go through reshoots or anything like that were like extensive? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but like cosign, would not be surprised if that was the case.
If there was ever a movie where you could get away with it because everybody's wearing a wig that looks different to different like scenes and no one would recognize it, like this was the one.
Not all the wigs are good also.
No, most of them are bad.
I was going to say, are any of them good?
I don't think, I was going to say Sam Rockwell has like a haircut in the beginning of the movie and I'm like, yeah, that kind of looks like messy hair. But yeah, everybody else looks like they're wearing a wig from like Spirit Halloween, Jason Spyman costume wig or something. Very, but like that. And that's the other thing. That's the other thing with Matthew Vaughn is sometimes it's intentional that it's bad, right? Like the Samuel L. Jackson in Kingsman accent is not a good accent or like a scary accent, but it's so specific. Right. And that's part of what the charm of it is. It's just like they picked something weird. And that's almost where I land with the haircut is like they picked a really weird, stupid haircut so that you'd be able to see this guy in every scene and like from a distance and know what he looks like, whatever. But like, there's not enough of that for it to fully work. Like there's some things where it seems like, yeah, that's a bad thing on purpose. But other things where it's like, that's probably supposed to look real though. Because like you could get away with a lot of stuff like the car chase because we know it's not happening. Like it could even look worse. And that would be, but it doesn't. It's weird.
Yeah. I think where this movie went awry to your original question was probably focusing too much around Henry Cavill and paying him a lot of money. Like it's actually a problem. Like are we allowed to do like spoiler tag now? Because I feel like we've given initial thoughts.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start spoiling it soon. Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. It's just like,
hold on.
It's one of
those. Is it time for me to say what happened in this movie?
Oh yeah, Diggins has to reveal the identity of the real Agent Argylle.
Oh right, that's true.
Suit and Buddhas.
So just to answer the question, and then we'll have Diggins reveal the real Agent Argylle. Henry Cavill's barely in this movie, and they focus all the marketing around him, and that's bad. They spend too much money on him. It's bad. I think it was a bad thing.
See, I think it's almost good. Like, not a good, but like that again, that could work for me if it was done better. Okay. This idea that like we're watching the fake movie trailer or something, like, and like if we knew going in this was not going to be about him, but the problem is they can't show us any of the end of the movie because they can't tell us who's in it. So it didn't get to be. They should have just shown us certain scenes that don't make any sense, and then we'd be like, well, this can't be. None of this is real. Like, just don't shoot the movie at all. Just have the trailer be all the characters, I don't know, reacting, but that is what it was, and that didn't
Samuel
work
L. Jackson sitting down.
Yeah, just Samuel L. Jackson just sitting down reading the book. Do you know they made a real book of this, but it's not this. It's the first Agent Argylle book is.
I was going to say, they made the first Agent Argylle book.
I kind of want to read it, but I hear it's just okay. But like...
I wouldn't have expected it to be good, honestly. I mean, even if the movie was great, it's just a tie-in novel that they churned out.
Yeah, and it's such a weird, like... Yeah, it's weird. It's a bummer because this movie it's a February movie. It's not a lot of February movies coming out this year.
We should have.
Well, the greatest movie of the year is coming out this February.
Exactly. We've got one left, one shot at saving February with.
Does that technically come out in March? I'm
talking about February, DJ.
Yeah,
My fault.
That's a different story. And I mean, like to be fair, like with all the movies this year, I think they've all been okay, right? Like Beekeeper is okay, not bad. None of them have been like a Morbius yet. I think we have one more shot at one, but like I think Night Swim was okay. Like if I saw it on a plane, I wouldn't be mad or I wouldn't remember it maybe, but it's not like none of them are like terrible. I'm trying to think of like a movie from previous years, previous Januaries that has been like one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But like those exist.
Problem is our other most recent January movie was Mithrigan.
Yeah, I know, and that one was good. Yeah, I feel like movies are hard now. It's tough with movies because this one specifically, when you hear about it, you're like, oh, this was supposed to be on Apple. And then they were like, no, we're putting this in a theater because it's going to make money. You're like, oh, well, that means it's probably good. And it's a February movie. Yeah, well, that was only because they couldn't get other release dates. So you're like, but it's definitely just that this wouldn't work against all the other movies that aren't coming out this year, which is all of them. Because, yeah, no movies are coming out this year. It's going to be none.
That's it. We did them all. We did them all.
Yeah, like
every movie.
Mithrigan was like the only movie we covered from January of last year that came out in January of last year. That's a shame. Yeah. Like Moonfall was last year or 2 years ago, for example. That's a February movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, that's I think more closer to what I'd expect from a February movie than this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not to say this one's like that much better, but like it's just more of something. So Diggins, do you want to tell us what you thought of them or what the story of the movie was?
Yeah, who the real Agent Argylle
I mean, I don't, but I have to. Okay.
All right, wait. Do we want to pause here then? Is this the pause point? Because DJ, it's like 3:30.
Is this the pause break? Yeah.
When did you say you had to leave?
Is up like 3:30.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. And we'll just start.
Unless Diggins like really just wants to get it on record now, and then we do it after.
Well, now Diggins has time to go back to the theater, watch Argylle again,
see Argylle again, and like really have it fresh in my mind.
Figure it out. Yep. Starting from knowing who everybody secretly is. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna stop the recording then. But
it will definitely.
Wait, Diggins, you were gonna say something?
Feels so sprightly and awake, like it's the middle of the day.
Because you love Argylle so much, you're like your energy. But just hearing the word now, endorphins shoot up your body or something. I don't know how that works, but yeah.
Yep. I shot up with endorphins.
Endorphins, yeah.
And I'm ready to go. Okay. So, Argylle opens up with the scene that we all saw in the trailer a million times, which is Henry Cavill gets found out by Dua Lipa. They have a chase. We mentioned the Jeep grinds on a rail like Sonic the Hedgehog, etc. Eventually, Argylle, Henry Cavill, and his pal Wyatt, John Cena, catch Dua Lipa, and they find out from her phone and her telling them that the agency they work for, the Division, also she works for them also, and they've been secretly evil this whole time.
Oh my God. How did she find that out? This was maybe the only actual surprise of the movie for me. Do you remember who tells them or who's like involved in this information?
Besides John Cena. Oh my God, who does play the director in the fake universe? I don't remember.
It's a certain Spice World's Richard E. Grant.
Oh,
for some reason. Yeah. We don't remember it because he didn't put out a video afterwards saying that you will cry because you saw the Argylles you remember from childhood and stuff. But yeah, that's how you know he's in a movie. And he was in it this time. But
he was in it. Yeah, so he is the director of their fake agency. Or of their agency, sorry. This is all in the fake world. None of this time. Oh, also they have another partner, Kira, who's a super hacker, who is Ariana DeBose.
What's the name of the group that they're in? Do you remember? The Division. The Division, yeah. Okay, sorry, yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
That it was Division.
She gets shot by Dua Lipa, and Henry Cavill has to abandon her so that he can catch Dua Lipa. This will be important later, so I'm just bringing it up now.
Yeah.
Anyway, this all turns out to be a book reading that Bryce Dallas Howard, the author Ellie Conway, is doing, which is crazy because why would a book reading be of the last chapter of your book?
I had that in my notes. That's like you read the first chapter, not the end of the book. I had that in my notes.
The only reading, because I was also confused by this. My only because I don't go to a lot of book readings. Maybe she didn't read the fifth book, so she just read the end of the fourth book to them when it was already out. I don't know, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Because then you don't have to buy the book. Like you got it, you're good.
I mean, you don't have to buy the book anyway. Just wait for the movie to come out. That's
what
I do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially with Argylle.
Yeah, that strategy will serve you very well with Argylle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it turns out it was at a reading, and there's a fan Q&A, which is extremely unrealistic because the questions are not amazing, but mostly cogent.
Yeah, do you remember one of the questions? Just one important question she got. In case anybody came in here without the script in front of them.
Well, now hold on. There's two questions you could mean here.
Oh, I don't know what the second one is. I'm thinking of the first. I believe it's the first question she's asked.
The first question she's asked is, are you a real spy? Like a lot of the people who wrote great spy novels were real spies. Are you a real spy? And she's like, nope. I just do a lot of research, but that's what I'd say if I was a spy.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and perhaps the only thing representative of an actual question at a fan Q&A, one of them does ask her out.
Yes, that's true. And she doesn't go out with them, but like she thinks about it for a second. I feel like under the right circumstances, that could have happened.
She's almost there.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, how would that have thrown the plot off? You know, I read a nuclear apocalypse or whatever because Ellie was busy getting it, that night. So she couldn't go home or whatever the plan was in the thing. What's the name's waiting for her on the train? Like she said she had the 8 o'clock ticket. Now,
well, I mean, we'll get to the improbable
that's true
nature of a lot of different things. I'm trying to go in plot order here, so I'm only saying things that we know at the time. She turns him down because she's got a hot date sitting at home with her cat and writing book number 5.
Yeah.
Which she finishes after a long night of writing and is all happy. She sends it off to her mom, Catherine O'Hara, to read it over. And her mom's like, it's great, but you ended on a big cliffhanger. The big cliffhanger being that Argylle is in Hong Kong, has just bought access to has bought access to a master file that lists all of the division's crimes so he can publicly expose them. Right. But to actually get it, the person he's meeting with is not the hacker. She's like a facilitator. The hacker is somewhere else, and she is in London. I think they do say London here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he has to go meet them. And that's where the book ends, with him going off to meet the hacker. And the mom is like, that's a big cliffhanger. You can't end there. We have to know what happens next. So I'm going to come visit you and help you write. And she tries to write it, but she can't think of what like a good thing to happen is. She has writer's block. So she gets frustrated and she decides that she is going to go visit her mom instead, so that they can work on it together. So she's on a train. She's bringing Alfie, her cat, in the little bubble backpack you've seen in all the trailers, all the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
A hot man is like, hey, is anyone sitting here? And she thinks about it for a second, but then it's like, no, somebody's sitting here, and watches him go. Nobody is sitting there, and I don't know, I guess it's supposed to be anxiety. I'm not totally clear on why she won't let this hot man sit near her.
Yeah, I think she's just like kind of not like, she doesn't, she has no confidence, Yeah. I feel like that's how these usually go.
I guess. But then Sam Rockwell, who do our wandering eyes should appear, but Sam Rockwell in a big wig and a big fake beard.
Yeah.
Shows up and is annoying. And is reading one of her books, so she's trying to like hide her face so he doesn't realize that it's her because he's annoying. But he does realize it's her, and he's like, you're Ellie Conway. Also a scene you've seen in the trailer.
Yep.
And then he reveals that he is himself a spy, as is everybody else on the entire train, on the train car that they're in, and that they're going to try to attack her, and she needs to come with him, or else bad things will happen to her. And true to what he says, so a fan comes up asking for a signature, and it turns out his pen is a shank, or perhaps a
Little-
shiv.
I
Like
think
a little poison.
yeah, I think it was
tip.
poisoned. Would
Yeah.
have been what happened to it.
Yeah,
It was like a
poison
needle.
dipped thingy.
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of poison, do you remember how it's a little bit further back? Dua Lipa died in her flashback scene.
Oh, right. While Argylle and Wyatt are reeling from the revelation, she opens up her necklace, dollops a little poison into her mouth, so she dies.
She like licks it. She
Like
goes,
an ice pop. Yeah, come on,
Yeah.
guys. They used to have to make you do a fake tooth or something. They really are just like, I hope she does that thing because it would make our lives a little bit easier. And she did it. But yeah, I would imagine the guy was trying to poison her.
Probably. Yeah, so there's a big fight scene. Sam Rockwell saves her, and eventually they parachute off of the train after fighting off tons of bad guys because, as he said, the whole train car is full of spies.
Yeah.
She passes out and then wakes up in some cabin he's got. He's
Hold on.
shaved.
Did we forget anything about the train fight? Anything interesting?
Oh, sure. During the train fight, she is like constantly hallucinating, switching between seeing Sam Rockwell and seeing Argylle do all of these things.
Never gets old, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Buckle up, everybody.
I wasn't a huge fan of that conceit because I just didn't think it was done super well, but whatever.
It's interesting. I think they did it in person together. I saw an interview with Sam Rockwell. He was talking about fight choreography he did with Henry Cavill. So I guess they did have both of them on set, and then like they would do it and then switch the other guy in.
That's cool, and I'm glad they did it that way. But I feel like the camera framing of it is very kind of slow and like sluggish and just like not energetic, and it lends the whole fight this kind of meandering quality that I didn't enjoy.
Yeah, I feel like if Edgar Wright did this, not to say that he's like better at everything, but like there would be a lot more of like Argylle gets or Sam Rockwell, whatever his name is. What is his name at this point? What are we calling this character?
I don't think I'm not sure his name himself. Ward.
Okay. Right, yeah.
Aiden Ward.
Aiden, yeah. So he would get punched behind a chair, and then Argylle would stand up and like dust off his coat, and then another guy would punch him, and then someone would pull him, and then like it would all be like little clever Texas switches, like they did in that movie where everybody's dancing and it's the other person every time you twirl. I'm like, that could work, but you know.
But Argylle was like the cooler version in this because there's like one where like Aiden is like headlocking like these two women, but like Argylle's like getting kissed by them. So it wasn't like exactly
weird.
1-to-1.
Sometimes it seemed like he was just kind of Argylle was like kind of better than Aiden at like punching and kicking. But yeah, other times it was fully like a fantasy. Unless those,
we're kissing Aiden.
Those women were there to kiss whoever it was. They saw Sam Rockwell and they went, "We're not going to do it. We're going to beat him up." But had they seen Henry Cavill, they would have puckered up and went in for a landing, And how, who could blame them? But
possibly. Yeah. So that happens on this train fight. But then she wakes up in the cabin. Sam Rockwell has shaved, and it looks like he will for the rest of the movie now.
Mm-hmm.
And he explains that the division is real. There's a real spy agency, and her books have predicted a lot of things that have happened with them. And so they like track her, and they like read her the manuscript she sent to her mom's. So now they're after her because they want to know where the hacker stuff is, since all of her other books have been like predictive and like the things she's written about have come true. They figure she must know, or she will know, how to find this hacker, this master file.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's like, "This is crazy," and he's like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you."
Yeah, too bad.
It's Argylle time, baby.
Yeah. So they go to London to try to jog her creative process because she says she has to do a lot of research to write stuff, and she's never been to London. They go to the meeting place that she was going to write about, which is Albert Park in London, I think.
Yeah. I can't remember what
name of it.
There's so much like figuring out this location, but I can't remember what any of it was.
I think I remember. So they're in Albert Park, which is the park with a big statue of Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. She is like, this is crazy. I don't know what you expect me to like figure out in my writing process that will actually help you. But he forces her to do it. And she does kind of like write that the cell phone wasn't to because Argylle's given a cell phone that he's supposed to get a call on, but he never does.
Right.
And it turns out that the message wasn't to get a call on the cell phone. The cell phone was the message. It had a transceiver or whatever in the battery. But Ward, who apparently is he's the guy, he used to work for the division. He's gone rogue to help her. And he says that when he went through this whole thing of trying to meet the hacker, but the hacker never showed up, he threw the phone out. So he doesn't have the phone. So they have to figure it out. They figure out that it's a satellite thing that would have been in the phone. So they can figure out where there are satellite receivers that would be able to establish contact through that thing. And they figure out that the closest one to where they are is on Coburg Lane or Road or whatever. Prince Albert was of the line of Saxon-Coburg. So they're like, that must be it. It was all a clue. So they go to the apartment that has that satellite receiver thing. It's empty and like kind of grody and abandoned. And Ward is convinced that there's no way this is right. But they search around a little bit. Ellie finds some stuff on some like marks on the walls that she thinks might be a clue, but Ward, for some reason, does a little dance because he's impatient.
Because he's Sam Rockwell.
He's got to do a dance.
Yeah.
When he does, he finds like a spider hole in the floor. That's what they call those.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right.
That's what they call some other things too, if you know what I mean. I mean, probably not. I mean, I'm sure if you go on Urban Dictionary, spider hole that gives you a hole. Let's find out. You keep going. I'll tell you guys what spider hole is on Urban Dictionary.
He finds a spider hole that has the hacker who's named Bakunin. They have his notebook, which they can tell because it has the anarchist symbol on it, and Mikhail Bakunin was a famous anarchist, contemporary of Marx and Engels. They didn't like each other very much. Because they had slightly different interpretations of what world socialism would mean. And that meant that they were enemies for life, because that's what being a leftist ideologue and thinker is about.
Yeah, that part was so weird.
None of that matters to this movie, but I just wanted to bring it up. So they find the notebook and they're like, we can use this. It's written in a cipher, but we can use this to find out where the master file is. But then a bunch of division guys showed up because they found Ellie because fans of hers were live streaming that she was in Albert Park.
Love it.
I guess
that could happen.
And they used AI lip reading technology to read their conversation.
Genius.
So that they have followed all the same clues. And so they've shown up. They send a bunch of bad guys. Sam Rockwell beats them up. He really wants Ellie to smash their heads in, to just stomp on their heads with her boot and twist so that she crushes their skulls. Actually, an extremely difficult thing to do. Skulls are very sturdy.
No, they said in the movie they're soft.
Like paper.
They're soft little, there's no problem.
That's the exact opposite of true. Skulls are very difficult to break. Head trauma is not from skulls actually breaking. It's from your brain rattling around in your hard skull and getting hurt.
That's what's true in the the Entourage verse, the one we live in. But in the Argylle verse, skulls are very thin. You know. Yeah,
I guess so.
Do you think Vinny Chase would play the spy in this? For sure, right? He'd be Henry Cavill's guy. Yeah.
It's a character that's supposed to be handsome and cool that everyone likes, so of course he would.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. So Ellie doesn't do it because it's an insane thing to ask of a person to smash some skulls.
Unless you're Stone Cold Steve Austin. But besides that.
But they escape up to the roof, where they realize that it was Bakunin's escape plan for his hideout was to jump off of the roof onto a crash pad and then take a boat because they found a boat key. And the boat's right there. They argue about it for a little bit. Sam Rockwell throws the cat off of the roof to prove that it's a crash pad. And then they leave on the boat. The division loses them and is all mad. Ward and Ellie go to a hotel room to kind of like debrief, cool off. They seem like they're starting to get along.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. I forgot about this.
He's reliving it. He's reliving it.
I like this movie, but this part is so dumb.
It's we'll get to it when we do wheel stuff, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
They seem like they're starting to get along, and Ellie's starting to trust him a little. But then, because Alfie, her cat, nudges the door open when he's about to take a shower, she overhears him on a phone call with a certain sitting gentleman. Where he says he's sick of dealing with Ellie Conway and they need to put a bullet in her. And once they get to the sitting man's location, just end this whole thing.
Yep.
So Ellie, naturally being like, oh my God, he's been playing me this whole time. He's going to kill me. A very reasonable conclusion from the thing she just heard, I think.
And yeah, for me as a movie watcher, I'm like, what could bullet in head mean? Is that a method of hypnosis that they have nope, no explanation. He's just saying that,
well, we'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Again, I'm giving this summary from the perspective of the movie watcher.
Mm-hmm.
So she runs out while he's in the shower. Even though he's a super spy, he's apparently incapable of finding her for the next day, at least a day.
Yeah, I guess because they would have had to have conceivably flown there from where she thinks they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
She calls her parents because she doesn't know what to do. They flew on a private plane, so she didn't do border control or anything. She doesn't have her passport. She doesn't have any money. So her parents come to London. They book a hotel that she bought them for their honeymoon at one point. And she goes up and she sees Catherine O'Hara and she tries to tell her everything, but her dad shows up too, and we see her dad is Bryan Cranston, who we've already seen play the director of The Division.
What?
Oh my God.
No way.
What's going on?
Dog.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, so she tells them everything that happened, and the mom seems like she doesn't believe her, but the dad is like, oh, it'll be okay, let me take a look at this notebook you found.
That was awesome.
Seems very interesting.
And so he's intently looking at the notebook while the mom comforts her. And then Ward shows up and is like, Ellie, these aren't your parents. They're with the Division. And holds Bryan Cranston hostage. And Ellie's freaking out. Again, very reasonably.
Mm-hmm.
And is like, Ward, what are you talking about? They're my parents. And eventually, for truly no reason at all.
Because the movie needs to be good, and it decides this is the time to do that. Because
Bryan Cranston is like, nah, fuck it.
Yeah.
And reveals that Ward is telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And Catherine O'Hara puts a gun to Ellie's head.
Hell yeah.
And starts talking in a British accent.
Hell yeah. One she will consistently forget throughout the movie.
Loved it. Unfortunately.
Loved it.
Unfortunately. So Ellie's really confused now. Ward shoots Catherine O'Hara before she can shoot Ellie, and then pushes Bryan Cranston onto the floor for some reason. Does not kill him or anything. And the two of them make a break for it. Or he knocks Bryan Cranston out, I think.
I was going to say, if only there was a conversation they had earlier in the movie about how important it is to kill people that you knock out just in case they show up again.
Yeah, if only they'd had that conversation.
Especially since he's the leader of the bad guys. all the information they're trying to get is to bring down him specifically.
Yes.
Just bring him down for good.
Which,
Yeah.
which is information we and Ward have at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, but whatever. They run out. Ellie starts freaking out because she left Alfie behind. But Ward's like, we can't go back for the cat. The division has guys incoming. They'll kill you. And so she decides to go with him so he can explain what the hell just happened.
Monster.
Because-
What a monster would do that. This is supposed to be a character we're supposed to like? Excuse me? Abandons her cat in the hotel? Insane.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I forgot that. What is that called? The abandon the cat moment in the screenplay where you're supposed to, empathize with the character because they do something so unlikable. That was cool. It's so fucking stupid. All right, go on. Never mind. Sorry.
So Ward starts driving her a very long distance away. And I don't think really explains anything on this car ride.
No.
She's freaking out and upset, and he kind of starts feeling bad because she just found out that maybe her whole life has been a lie, which is a lot to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But they wake up in a vineyard in the south of France, or she wakes up. He's been driving, and Samuel L. Jackson is there.
My
Hey!
God, incredible.
About one of the 1.5 minutes that he spends in this movie standing.
Mm-hmm.
He's standing here, greets them, and then he kind of goes on a long, like, metaphorical tangent about historical wine production methods and other stuff that really doesn't kind of have anything to do with what he's about to tell her, but it sounds kind of neat, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I said earlier about the jugs. Is we found these jugs, and that's where,
Yeah, and what he's saying here, DJ, is that they didn't know how they made wine in Roman times until they found those jugs. Not that they didn't know how to make wine at all until they found those jugs.
I see. The movie had lost me by this point. I mean, I was really excited to find out who the real Agent Argylle is.
I was going to say, you must have started recognizing the scenery and going, oh, he's about to say it.
I was going to say, well, I have great news, DJ, because he takes her into his Laker cave.
Yes, the Laker cave.
And then he sits down in a chair from that trailer. And after a little bit more build-up, is like, well, Ellie Conway, it's time to meet the real Agent Argylle.
Interesting choice of words, Sam Jackson. What does that mean?
He turns to his big screen where later he'll be watching a Lakers game and pulls up a file of Bryce Dallas Howard.
What?
Her spy file when she was Agent R. Kyle. Rachel Kyle is her real name.
Kyle.
No.
And we're meeting her.
And
Not
we're
like hearing
meeting
about her, we're meeting her.
Yes, we're meeting her.
When you guys figured out this was what was happening, did you expect there to be like a plate, like a mirror or something, like for them to look at that they reveal? Like, because I was like, you've set this up in a very specific way that doesn't feel like that's going to be enough of an explanation to saying it's you. But,
Well, it's so clear that she is the spy, right?
kind of. I would say if it wasn't for that one bit of dialogue in the beginning, I would be a little bit more convincible.
I think what unfortunately gives it right when she's like, "Oh, I had that old bonk on the head," and that changed everything. I feel like her mentioning that is such
she does
like.
Well, she mentioned that she had a skating incident. She never says that it was a bump to the head.
Sure. But like, I feel like when any character had a mysterious accident, it's like, ugh.
See, there's enough stuff like that where it's like where I could read it, I think, in the moment as red herrings, maybe in a movie that's so, self-aware of spies and stuff. It's that line of dialogue where the guy says it for, the kids in the back that haven't really been on their phones.
Yeah.
Like, just think about the fact that it might be her. Like that, I think killed me. I also think if it wasn't for the trailer, this would be something that I wouldn't even be considering. I'd just be like, Argylle, hope they get that guy. But because they say who's the real Agent Argylle, it's like, okay, well, I guess it's somebody else, right? There's somebody here. And it's I was kind of hoping it was going to be Henry Cavill. And he was just going to stand out and go, it's me, Argylle from the
Well,
books.
that might happen.
Well, yeah, maybe that will happen, but
cool your jets.
yeah.
Yeah, so she's like, well, that's stupid and doesn't make any sense. So she leaves, but then Ward tries to fight her, and her instinctive spy senses go off and she beats him up instead. And then she's willing to listen to the next 10 minutes of the movie where Ward explains exactly what happened.
It gives her the most damning piece of the most mind-shattering piece of information you can give a person. You're actually not a cat person, you're a dog person. Like I'm sorry then. I guess I'll just walk into traffic then. I don't think I can deal with this new world I'm living in. I don't understand.
Right. So yeah, what he tells her is she used to be an agent of the division just like him.
Yep.
They worked together on several occasions. And she was the one who actually went on the mission to pick up the thing from Bakunin. But on that mission, she disappeared and was later found, like, drifting in the Thames.
I like the idea that Bakunin hadn't put the crash pad in. She was just like, he must put a crash pad in. Just dove onto a big pile of, like, rocks. And then, like, afterwards, he's like, oh, the crash pad would actually be sick. But
well, we see later that she didn't use his escape plan. She did something else.
That's true, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so she's found unconscious floating in the Thames. She's resuscitated, but has total amnesia, does not remember her life at all. So, according to Ward at this moment, she, like him, had turned against the division by then and was looking for the master file to expose them. But the division gets to her unconscious body before he does, and they have her put in a certain hospital where Catherine O'Hara and Bryan Cranston show up, because Catherine O'Hara is like the evil psychologist that works for the division.
Yeah.
And so they use a music box and a funky screensaver to to like brainwash her into thinking that they are her parents, and she had a normal life where she was a waitress. She grew up loving ice skating and had an ice skating accident where she like hit her head and that's why she's lost her memory right now. And then, because they want to find out where the master file is, because they are also looking for it, they give her notes of like the writing she wanted to do before the accident, which is actually details about her past missions and life with like names and places changed, disguised as notes for stories she wanted to write. So she would start writing these stories and eventually get to the point where they don't know what happened to her, and subconsciously she will think of what she did to fill in that part of the story. So when she writes book 5 of Argylle, they'll find out. Now, at no point in this is it clear to me why they allowed it to become like sent to publishers and become a big global hit book series or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a good motivator to write if you're very successful.
You kind of hope there would be another step or something where she like secretly sends it to a publisher and she has this publicist that's like working against it, but I don't know. Yeah,
you would think that they wouldn't want that, but they kind of brush over exactly where the A to B is on this. They just go from A to D. That it worked, and she wrote the books, and the next book was going to be what had happened that they were trying to find out. So the whole thing, and I think this is something that confuses people, the whole thing about him saying your books predict the future, that was just a lie. It's just not true. He just didn't want to tell her right away, like the whole truth, Ward, that is, because he and Samuel L. Jackson were afraid that being told the whole truth would like mess with her brain and like, or something, or make her not trust them. I don't know, whatever the reasoning was. They didn't want to tell her right away, so they told her like a massaged version of the truth.
Yeah, she does, to be fair, based on everything we've just seen, have the spongiest brain on Earth. Like, I would be so scared to tell her anything that doesn't seem like it's going to work, because she might turn into a super spy or get more amnesia or whatever. So you got to be really delicate with her. Right.
So she's, again, fairly understandably pretty freaked out by all this, but she agrees because Samuel L. Jackson manages to decode Bakunin's notebook and discovers that the master file, the hard drive with the master file, is with this John Wick character, the Keeper of Secrets, who's this lady who's out somewhere vaguely in Northern Africa, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe the Middle East. It's clearly supposed to be very Arabian.
Yeah, I kind of guessed Egypt, just because this whole movie takes place in Overwatch maps. And I was just like, yeah, fuck it. What's the one of those that would be there? Oh yeah, the Cairo map in Anubis. It's probably where they are.
It's possible. Yeah. So they go to this lady, but the lady will only give it because she's the Keeper of Secrets. She never does anything. She never tells anything to anyone she's not supposed to. That's her role in the John Wick criminal underworld. And the person she's supposed to give the file to is Rachel Kyle. Mm-hmm. So they send Ward and Ellie to the Keeper of Secrets' lair, so that Ellie can get the file, since she's the person who's just supposed to pick it up. Ellie's all nervous because she's like, I can't pretend to be Rachel Kyle, a person I don't even remember. She and Ward do a little funky dance, and Ward reveals that they had boned down several times in the past, and that he's in love with her. And he says she was in love with him, but she doesn't really. She says she remembers. I don't think she actually does.
It's like the Fast and Furious movie. What was it? The sixth one, where at the end they have all this stuff, and then Vin Diesel's like, "Do you remember anything from our past lives?" She's like, "No, but I'm gonna get married to you anyway because fucking why not?
Doesn't matter."
Yeah, I'm already here. Might as well.
Well, what she finds out is they were already married. And
no, that's true. Yeah, I meant more in the Fast and Furious sense, but yeah.
I think Vin Diesel gives a very, what Vin Diesel says in that scenario about why he didn't tell her is actually a very compassionate and ethical thing he does. None of his actions previous to that actually backed it up, because he only didn't mention the marriage. He totally mentioned them being together and everything.
Right.
But what he says is you can't tell somebody that they love you.
Right.
Right.
And the sentiment there is he wanted it to happen organically and naturally because he didn't want her to feel like she had to be with him because of her past self. Again, not at all what he does, because the Fast and Furious movies are bad, but I think a good sentiment. Also not what Ward does, because he just straight up tells her.
No, we're at the straight up telling her break Ellie's brain phase of the plan. That's true. Phase 2. After Insane Secrets, it's try to just, I don't know, like hypnotize her with random information.
Right. But then the Keeper of Secrets calls her in. Well, first they're told not to kiss, because you're not allowed to kiss in the Keeper of Secrets' place. You're also not allowed to drink alcohol or bring guns.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Keeper of Secrets is suspicious at first. She's like, you don't seem like Rachel Kyle, and because you were a very famous author, I've seen you for the past 5 years as Ellie Conway, which is also suspicious to me. But with one final parting words of wisdom from Henry Cavill, Ellie successfully convinces the Keeper of Secrets that she is. The Keeper of Secrets also sort of implies that they fucked, which I think is interesting.
Right?
She successfully convinces the Keeper of Secrets that she's Rachel. She hands over the thing and then is like, do you want to use my computer? And Ellie reasonably is like, why would I ever want to do that? And the Keeper of Secrets is like, come on. And then she does it.
Please.
So she looks at the file and is like, "Oh, this is everything we need." But then she sees something that really freaks her bean. But then Catherine O'Hara and a bunch of goons show up, and they're not allowed to use guns. But they're like, "But we still want to have a little sit down. Neither of us can shoot each other." So they have some tea and they sit down and talk about stuff. Catherine O'Hara tells Ellie, or like does some like guided meditation to help her get back some of her memories. The memory specifically of what happened when she went to meet Bakunin, which is after he told her where to get the file, she shot him in the head, and which set off a kill switch he'd set up, exploding his apartment. And so she jumped out the window to avoid the explosion and then fell into the Thames, and that's why she lost her memory. But Catherine O'Hara is like, you see, you weren't really working with Ward. You were working with us to get the file back. You were actually our best, most loyal agent, and not everything he's been telling you. And we find out then that the thing she saw that freaked her bean was her own file in the division, which I'm like, she already knew she was in the division. Why would seeing her file freak her bean?
Because it said bad next to it.
Yeah,
good,
it was
so
like,
right. Yeah. Good point. And then it turns out they drugged the tea. So Catherine O'Hara, Ward, and Ellie all fall asleep. Catherine O'Hara, because she drugged the whole tea, so that even if Ward was paranoid, which he was, that he would still get drugged.
Which is legal, by the way. The guy says it's like, this is allowed. We're allowed to drug the tea. By
the John Wick criminal underground rules going on in this part of the movie, apparently that's allowed.
Yep.
Yes, that is allowed.
Anyway, they wake up or Ellie wakes up by herself in the compound or whatever, where the division is headquartered. And Bryan Cranston is like, "You're back. We're so happy to have you back. We knew, like, you're our best agent. We're glad that you finally remember everything. Hey, so we're trying to get Ward to tell us where Alfie," which is Samuel L. Jackson's character's name, by the way, I never actually said. Tell us where Samuel L. Jackson is. And she's like, "I can get him to tell." And Bryan Cranston's like, "Oh, if you tell him, then maybe you can have this back." And he shows her the cat, Alfie. And she's like, "Do whatever you want. Cats are disgusting and I hate them."
Yep.
Because
super heel turn. Biggest heel turn ever.
Her old personality has reasserted herself. She is evil.
Oh my God.
So she goes to where Ward is being beat up and interrogated, which is a replica model of her fake parents' kitchen, so that they could do FaceTimes with her when they were on missions, I guess, or something.
Even though there is a real kitchen that you could go to where Catherine O'Hara gets the call earlier in the movie.
But that's in Chicago.
Apparently. Yeah.
There is a real house that they had that they pretended to be the parents at. But in case they were on the thing and Ellie suddenly wanted to FaceTime, they had a fake kitchen where they could do the FaceTimes.
I love it.
Right. A thing she fully explains to us for reasons I'm not sure. It doesn't matter.
So mostly nitpicking would be like, wait, how did they do the thing in Chicago if they were in wherever? If they're in Paris? Ugh.
Yeah,
sure, whatever.
I think I'd really like to know what's going on. Because this neighbor does not seem like he's in on it when they meet the neighbor, and he's like,
"Oh yeah,
Ellie
he just got his phone stolen."
Yeah. So like, what the fuck does that guy think? But maybe he knows. Everybody's a spy. The more times you reveal you're a spy, the bigger the circle gets, and then it's by the end like everybody's a spy. It's how John Wick does it. It's how these guys do it.
I was gonna say it's like John Wick. We just keep revealing more and more people involved in this whole silly game,
and it only gets better as we go.
Right. But yeah, so she's there. She shoots Ward in the heart because she's like, he was never going to tell us anything. But I'm starting to remember stuff, and I can figure out where Samuel L. Jackson is. So she goes to do that. She like takes Catherine O'Hara and Bryan Cranston to go do that. And she like starts deducing based on snippets she remembers and stuff she knows about France, where Samuel L. Jackson must be. While she's doing that, we see some of the goons start to clean up Ward's body. Except Ward wakes up and beats the crap out of them. And then bandages up his wound and injects like 4 adrenaline shots, which, as you all know, instantly cures any wound and therefore makes it so that it will not hinder you for the rest of the movie.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says on the little pack of adrenaline when you use it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Meanwhile, Ellie pinpoints where Samuel L. Jackson must be, except it turns out that she didn't do it so that they could find and kill him. She did it so that she would know where to send the master file from their servers, which she just had access to do this search.
No way.
Send it straight to Samuel Jackson because she was good the whole time, guys.
The bigger the spy, the bigger the lie.
She didn't go evil. She was nice.
At least most of the time. It's unclear if she did go evil and switch back or something. Because I don't think it's... A lot of this stuff is kind of implausible. But the part where someone who likes a cat says they don't like a cat, I think she, at least for that moment, was evil for a second. Because I don't think you can do it physically.
She does later claim that she has her full memory back, and Ward was correct that she was just playing the Division and was really on Ward's side the whole time. That's what she claims.
That's what she says to the cat. When the cat's in the room, as to not get scratched and eaten when she dies like cats do.
Right. But it turns out they've updated their IT protocols since she was last around, and it requires admin permission to send files from the server. So it does not get sent to Samuel L. Jackson. And now Bryan Cranston and Catherine O'Hara know that she's not evil. So I forget exactly what she does. She punches them or something.
Punch so good.
She punched, who? I don't remember how this goes, but she does punch someone. Is it Catherine O'Hara?
Possibly. I don't know. She gets away from them and goes to like an armory so she could get a bunch of weapons. Ward also goes there, sees Alfie, and is all like, I don't like cats.
Yeah.
But then they meet back up. She apologizes and says that she intentionally... So she was going to bring Kira back, in the character in her novels, who was also a person who existed, who they didn't change the details of because she died in the mission in Greece.
Yep.
Yes.
She was going to bring Kira back because a fan sent her a theory that there is a small area of your chest called the vascular corridor, where if a person is shot at just the right angle, it looks like a fatal shot to the heart, but actually passes through the body without hitting any major arteries, and with treatment is perfectly survivable.
Yay!
And so she used that information to shoot Ward in the same way, so that he would look like he was badly hurt, but he really was only a little hurt. And she also, while like frisking his dead body, had put some bandage, like put some handkerchief on the wound or something, so he wouldn't bleed to death.
Right.
Just a little boo boo.
Just a little boo boo. They are like, okay, we got to get to the server room and okay the transfer. So they have a big fight scene, the one you saw briefly from the trailer with all the colorful explosions and the shooting in a circle. And also they kind of dance. They kind of like do disco dancing while they do it. It's a whole big centerpiece.
Instead of being a gray smoke monster fight, it's a colorful smoke monster
we've
fight.
Crossed into the other side of hell.
Improvement.
Yep. And what was it? What was the other thing about this? Bryan Cranston could see this, but they're just walking down the hallway blasting goons. It's very unclear to me, having seen this movie, what's actually going on in that scene.
Yeah, it's a little... They do a somewhat unreliable narrator thing here, where at one point they're doing the whirligig again, but with shooting guns. But then when Bryan Cranston sees it on the cameras, Ward isn't actually in the position,
right,
so to speak. They're just kind of like hugging and spinning, and I'm like, what is this supposed to imply? What's going on here?
What's going on here?
Yeah, but then the first time they do that, it is a direct like he's watching them do something. Then we zoom in and they're doing exactly that same thing in real life. So which one is it, Argylle? The movie, not the guy? Yeah.
It never comes up again, so I guess it didn't matter.
Yeah.
They get to the server room. Bryan Cranston, but they need Bryan Cranston's retina scan to access it. And so for some reason, Bryan Cranston has shown up to the server room with his retinas.
Yeah, and his shotgun he monologued about earlier when he killed the guy from Deadpool 2.
Yeah,
with the mustache.
That's true. Yes, he brought his grandpa's old shotgun so he could shoot them with it. But right before he's about to do it, Alfie jumps onto his face and scratches it all up.
The hero,
right?
Yep, he's the hero.
But unfortunately, he scratches up his eyes, which is horrifying. So they can't use the retina scanner. So instead, they have to go up. I think this is actually after another thing I haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I was going to say the order of these all kind of smushes together for me.
Right.
But, yeah.
I think this is technically after they go to a room where a bunch of pipes get shot and leak crude oil all over the place. So they're like, oh no, we can't use guns because if we use guns, it'll ignite the oil in here and we'll all blow up and die. And it looks like they're going to get stabbed to death because a bunch of goons are slowly making their way across the slippery oil to stab them to death. But then Ellie gets the idea, like, so the ice skating thing apparently was real, not the incident, but the fact that she really loved ice skating and knows how to ice skate was apparently all real and not a thing made up for the Ellie personality. So she sticks some knives on her boots and a bayonet on her assault rifle and skates around the oil-covered steel floor room on her knife boots and stabs all the bad guys with her bayonet. Yep. Also, she does shoot some of them at some point, but then it doesn't blow up the room for no reason.
I mean, to be fair, because I had this question as well. Bryan Cranston is the one who's like, don't shoot her, it'll blow up the whole room. They're never like, I mean, it seems like they could have done this from the start if they wanted to, but they chose not to for some reason.
I mean, Bryan Cranston is correct. If you were to shoot a gun in a room like that, it would ignite the oil.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. So yeah, that was before the server room thing with the retinas. But then the server room thing happens. So then they have to go up to where the satellite is, which turns out to be on the top of this boat. They're on an oil tanker.
Oh, I saw the oil earlier.
Yeah, I remember this from the trailer. Yeah.
They find the satellite uplink and they hack into it and start doing the thing. But then Catherine O'Hara shows up with the music box, and when she plays the music box and says some words, it turns out Ellie is still brainwashed and can be Manchurian candidate style made to beat the shit out of Ward.
She's got to go to Wakanda to get that fixed. That's the only way.
Ward tries to fight back at first, but Ellie's too good, and also he doesn't want to hurt her. So he just gives up and just lets her beat the shit out of him in what has probably been at least a passing fantasy of his in the past.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, it all looks bad because Ellie's fully brainwashed and Ward can't do anything about it. But then a random boat worker clocks Catherine O'Hara in the back of the head with a fire extinguisher.
What?
And the music box falls on the ground and breaks. And Ellie wakes up and is like, oh, I'm sorry I beat you up, Ward, but who is this mysterious boat worker? And it turns out it's Kira, who's alive. The real Kira is alive. And she's the one who sent the fan theory to Ellie because that's what really happened to her.
Wow. Where the fuck was she this whole time?
How was she sending this?
She was just hiding out. Well, because it could have been the next Steve Jobs, Nando.
That's true. She could have been the next Steve Jobs.
But she gave it up to be a spy hacker. Anyway, now all the bad guys are taken care of. They send the stuff to Samuel L. Jackson, interrupting his Lakers game. And
interrupting his roller coaster of emotions. It's like, yay! Oh no! Yay!
One of my display comes up, letting him know whenever the download is paused.
It's great.
He slams to the desk like, bah!
Oh no! They're not gonna do it! Yeah, it's back on.
LeBron missed the dunk.
Yeah.
No.
Takes out
Oh wait,
his
that was the
phone,
other
just
thing.
Starts looking and oh yeah, it's great. I love his role in this. So funny.
Yeah. So they blow up the tanker. They've done it. They expose the whole thing. Although I don't think
Whoever. Yeah, I don't know what they do.
I guess they do something with that information, but I guess they don't publicize their own roles in it, because then we see Ellie at a book reading for the next Argylle book, where it turns out that she was reading the chapter of when we see them boating away, because it shifts from being her, Ward, and Kira to Argylle, Wyatt, and Kira. Oh yeah, Ward was Wyatt this whole time. Like that's what he was replaced with John Cena in her fake memories.
Were you guys also like super bummed that the two men weren't
fuck.
kissing? No, they like Henry Cavill, because we cut from this kiss.
Yeah, that I'm saying that Henry Cavill and John Cena didn't fuck.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
I feel like John Cena
nonsense.
would be down. I'm not saying it's Henry Cavill's fault or like he said no, but I like that I have no doubt in my heart that John Cena would have done this if they asked.
John Cena would have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
He put a fucking thing up his butt in the Blockers movie. Like, he plays for keeps. There's nothing he won't do.
Yeah. But yeah, she's at a Q&A, like the beginning of the movie. A fan asks her if this is the end of Argylle, what happens to all the characters? And she describes the actual like people in her life, what they go off and do. Sam Jackson has his reputation restored as an intelligence. He used to be a former CIA deputy director, whatever.
You're right. CGI used to be a CGI creature.
I don't know how to talk.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't bring it up because it wasn't important, but yeah. Kira is going to be the next Steve Jobs, and Argylle and Wyatt, whatever they're going to do together.
Cute.
And then another man stands up to ask a question, and it's Henry Cavill with a weird mullet, and it's like, I don't have a question, but I bet you have some for me. And they're all like, what? And the movie ends.
Yep.
And then there's a post-credit scene or mid-credit scene where what's supposed to be a young Henry Cavill shows up at a statesman bar and is like, I would like to be a statesman, please, or a kingsman.
No, see, it's even dumber than that. He goes to a bar called The King's Man, right? And it's like what it used to be in the when Hitler was friends with what's his name, that movies. So the Kingsman movies we've seen or something, I guess.
Right, I guess. He goes to The King's Man and is like, I want to be a Kingsman, please. And the bartender's like, you want to be a Kingsman, eh? And young Henry Cavill's like, you want to know my story? And then it's like, there's going to be a movie of the first Argylle book, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the movie's over.
And I was so confused.
Yeah.
And it's not just there's going to be a movie of the first Argylle book. We like pan out to see the movie theater of the people. Like, it's like we are now double movie zone of that. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I hope they make it. I don't think that was ever part of the plan. But it's one of the weirdest post-credit scenes I've ever seen.
Make what? What is the thing being made?
The movie that's the first Argylle movie in the universe where Argylle is clues for whatever, under the illusion that Henry Cavill has always been Argylle or something. And just a fucking different spy movie, completely different. None of the characters and actors are the same guys, but, just make more Argylles,
Anyway,
I guess
the thing that I said about why Nando likes this movie that I couldn't say because of spoilers is because Nando can very much relate to fantasizing about being a big, tall, handsome man who gets to kiss Sam Rockwell.
That makes sense.
That's part of it. I guess Sam Rockwell hates cats, but I could potentially change him. So that would be,
Oh, I see.
I would fix him.
That's like your fantasies that you can change him, though. Like, do you really think you can change him?
The right cat. I think so. I need to know a little bit more about him, but I think we could find a way.
What if he said, I'll get a cat, but it has to be a Sphinx because of my allergies?
I'd be like, we have other hypoallergenic cats that look like cats and not aliens, so we'll figure it out.
And he says, no, it has to be a Sphinx.
And then I'd say, well, you're going to have to suffer then because it's not. It's a Russian blue or something. I don't know. Well, we'll do spy stuff and get you an even better cat. We'll put a little like spacesuit on the cat, maybe. I don't know. Make it live in that blow backpack forever. Put it in jail. Now, I don't know. I think I'd live with the Sphinx cat, but I'd be one of those people that would put little sweaters on it. Because its wrinkly face, I don't mind. It's the body that's weird.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, but that's the end of the movie Argylle.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the movie within the movie of Argylle, which, yeah. Who was playing the boy in that scene? Like young Argylle?
I don't know. I don't think anyone like super famous.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was that or if it was a de-aged Henry Cavill, but I also don't think that's what it was.
I think it was a real person.
Okay.
Because I remember seeing when I looked up like the Wikipedia page that there was like a cast list for like a person's name for that role.
Interesting.
Louis Partridge.
We're going to find out in like a couple of years that that's not a real guy. He's marketing for the next. Oh, I remember.
AI actor person?
Yeah.
Is that going to be the
he was
reveal?
Lord Viscount Tewkesbury in Enola Holmes.
Apparently, and he was in Paddington too as G-Man. Don't remember which one that was. But
he was in About a Dog as a young guy.
Ooh, this guy's got all the credits.
He was in Pan, guys, as Minor Boy.
I'm surprised we haven't done Pan yet, actually, because that movie is weird, and I think I'd watch it.
That sounds like one of the things that someone would make us do to make us suffer.
Yeah.
I honestly,
we got the March Madness bracket coming up. Maybe everyone could agree to do Pan for whoever wins or doesn't win the March Madness bracket.
I think the problem with Pan is everyone forgets it exists. Like even I, who would pick this for things, just would never have remembered it.
That's the one where they do Smells Like Teen Spirit, right?
Yes, that's that one.
Okay, cool.
Now that I think about it, this is also where we learn Argyle's first name is Aubrey Argylle.
Yes, his name is Aubrey Argylle.
Okay, yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of, you know what I would have liked from Argylle 1? This like fake Argylle 1 is like some sort of bullshit origin story movie where every single thing we know about Agent Argylle, like we see him buy his stupid suit and we see him get his stupid haircut and stuff, and like really heavy-handedly do a parody of those with a character that nobody cares about and doesn't have any defining traits.
Nando wants the deep lore. Yeah. That's what Nando wants.
I want fake deep lore.
I am deeply curious what made him choose a custom tailored Nehru jacket.
Yeah.
A thing that is so old and so uncool for so long that there's a joke about how uncool Nehru jackets are in a 1980 something Weird Al song.
Which song?
Everything You Know Is Wrong.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Oh, everything you know is wrong. Right up is down and short is long. And
well, DJ, come on, we're gonna get copyright claimed if you keep this up.
Yeah, you have to sing the parody version of it.
This is how bad the brain is. Like, that is a song I have not listened to in, I am not exaggerating, like probably like 10 to 15 years. But Diggins said it and it's just like boom, like fucking crazy, man.
DJ,
someone should look into these brains.
I don't want to disturb not convinced. You, but you are Weird Al. This is
oh my
Weird
God!
Al the whole time.
No,
we wanted to ease you into
when you remember falling into the Hudson. Mm-hmm. Actually, that was a completely different incident.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Mm-hmm. This whole time. Oh man.
Yeah, you fell off the stage at a concert in a crowd surfing accident and bumped your head and just forgot who you were. Yep. So we hypnotized you into thinking you were an engineering student who fell into the Hudson.
And all of your fans just went along with it for some reason. It's unclear why it worked.
The person who's been performing as Weird Al was actually a professional Weird Al impersonator.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, now this, I would like this to be the Weird Al movie. I didn't hate the Weird Al movie, but like I wish this movie was enough of a hit that you could parody this post-credit scene where Weird Al comes up in the back of the audience like, I've got some questions for you or whatever. And it's like, man, that really makes sense.
I like the Weird Al movie a lot more than I like this movie.
Well, yeah, that's
same.
I think that's everything. Right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
That was pretty thorough.
I'm convinced that everyone who didn't watch this movie is like, yep, got it.
I mean, yeah, people definitely understand what the plot is a little bit. But what they don't understand is the rest of it, which is like all the like stuff that happens and like
The problem between the plot is we've only talked about the bad stuff the movie has to offer, not any of like the good stuff.
Right, the plot is the bad stuff, and the parts of the plot where it's supposed to go sentence to sentence don't work, but the rest of it might work.
But Sam Rockwell, pretty good.
He's good.
I mean, the thing about summarizing a movie is when there's an action scene, all I can really say is there's an action scene.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Describe beat for beat every punch?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about every color that was in the smoke grenade.
Can make a little heart. It's pretty.
It's very cute. And then sparks somehow.
Yeah, they well, you know what else is I don't know, there's wheels in this movie, right? What had the most wheels, do you think?
Oh,
trains have wheels? They must in
Trains-
America.
Well, depends on the train, but yeah, most trains have some wheels.
They probably had the most wheels, more than the car. So let's talk about our wheel. I have 10 things on the wheel. Yeah,
Argylle wheel.
10 things I hate about wheel.
W. Heel or something is his real name, and that's the twist. It's another podcast guy. Yeah,
Agent Wheel, and it's
I'm gonna spin the wheel, and then we'll meet him. We'll meet Slice 1, the oral sex dance. This is one of his. This is so weird.
Yeah, so the Argyle's signature dance move that he does with Dua Lipa at the start of the movie, and then Ellie and Ward do at the Keeper of Secrets' palace, and then they do again in the colorful smoke fight scene, is called the whirligig, which is where one person, usually in two of the instances the woman, but in the last one Ward is the one who does this part.
Mm-hmm.
One person hops up onto the other person's shoulders, but like front facing, so they are full on just serving crotch to the person's face as they stick their legs out completely in like a V shape, and the other person spins around with them. Mm-hmm. And when I say the other person spin, I want to be very clear about how this looks, because we get wide shots of them doing it every time they do this. It is not elegant. It is not graceful. It's not like a ballerina's pirouette. Henry Cavill is shuffling his feet, spinning around in a circle completely arrhythmically, just totally out of tune with the music that's playing. It looks so stupid.
So like, this can't be a real thing, right? I don't know. I was obviously very confused by it, as were the rest of us, but like, yeah, even when they explain what it is, it doesn't really make that much sense. And by they explain, I mean when it turns out to be part of their secret, like, assassin fight dance thing.
Dance.
Yeah, it still doesn't really make them that much better, but it does exist. Like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, what do you think what was going on here?
Like, what do you mean? Like, what was going on? Like, who conceived of this?
Yeah, like, do you think Matthew Vaughn came up with this? Do you think, Dua Lipa was like, there's this one move I've always wanted to do that we've never been able to really figure out? Yeah.
I Googled the whirligig, by the way, and I got an old English folk dance that is basically square dancing.
Okay.
It's not what we see in this movie. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now,
that's fair.
Here's my question. Like, what if you guys were at a wedding and somebody did this? What would you do? Like,
I don't know, man.
I would cover my children's eyes. Like, those people are having oral sex right on the dance floor. Look away, children. Look away.
You DJ Khaled, be an adult.
Celebrate
that behavior on both sides.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't approve of it in the last one when it's Ward getting sucked off either.
Oh boy. Do you think this is because in this movie she is meeting him for the first time, Dua Lipa, in this like little scene there?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So they both know this independently of each other?
I mean, they said, do you know the whirligig?
Right. So like in universe, this is like a big dance move?
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Is this like the Gangnam Style or something? This whirligig?
I think the more important question is, did Ellie do this with a sexy female spy also?
Yeah, I hope so.
I also have a question. This is described in a book. How is this described, like, verbally? Like, what is the prose?
It must sound cooler than it looks, because
No.
it couldn't possibly sound less cool.
I hope it sounds like those Ben Shapiro novels where it's all like really, really dull, and it's just like he picked her up, he spun her around, he shuffled his
He
feet.
spun her around. Her vagina was as dry as a bone. It was a tumbleweed blew across the horizon. It was the Kalahari Desert could not compare.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty weird. And it kind of dovetails with second thing on Wheel that I spun, Academy Award for Worst Hairstyling. A lot of the stuff in this first scene has a lot of this stuff in it, but yeah, what's the deal with that?
I mean, the main offender, and we're far from the first people to point this out, is the kind of like high top cut they give Henry Cavill in this movie. Looks unbelievably bad.
So Michelle went to see the Mean Girls movie, and they played the full Argylle trailer before the Mean Girls movie. Nando, to your point of they're playing the trailers way too close to the movie releases.
Close.
Yeah. And Michelle had not seen the full trailer, and the friend she was with hadn't seen it at all. And they're like, I can't believe they found a way to make Henry Cavill like look bad looking, like with that stupid ass hair. And like, he's a handsome man. And he's a man for all seasons too, right? Like, some people like their clean cut Superman Henry Cavill. Some people like their more gruff Geralt Henry Cavill. But this Henry Cavill is for no one.
We'd all kiss Henry Cavill here. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I would after seeing this movie. Now I understand. I don't, and only post credit scene one. Jerry Curl Henry Cavill is obviously the best one.
That's not post credits. That's the end of the movie.
That's true. Pre credit scene. Yeah. It's weird.
I thought you were saying you would only kiss the young boy Henry Cavill.
Oh no. Yeah. I think it's weird that he has that hair, and John Cena also has John Cena's regular hair. Their hairs are kind of similar, you know?
Yeah.
Their profiles, they're both big giant white guys with vertical heads, like square little fucking Dilbert or Simpsons character heads where it just keeps going until a point and then ends. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with these two. But I think this is a Matthew Vaughn thing, and I kind of respect it, honestly. He makes choices. Dumb, memorable choices, like the stupid sex move dance and the haircuts and stuff. Like, you'll never forget it, even if you try. And, you know, that's better than nothing.
I mean, accurate.
Every time I'm dancing at a wedding from this point forward, I'll be thinking about, what if I did a whirligig right now?
Yeah, what would all my family think if I just got up and started doing the whirligig?
I mean, like, it'd be pretty funny. It'd be really funny. I mean, like, I don't think there are Argylle super fans.
How much money would it take for either of you at the next function we are all at with dancing to take your partner and do a whirligig?
Like $0. It would be so funny. The humor and the love of the fans would be enough to get me through it. It'd be great.
There's no way my wife would agree to that ever. Like, there's just no. Well, maybe if I was on top, if I was the top portion of the whirligig.
Oh, your wife is a bottom, eh?
Well, and DJ, you forget you are Weird Al, so it's a completely different
Right.
situation.
You actually have a different wife.
Different wife. You're taller or whatever. He seems kind of tall, right? I mean, seems kind of tall.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I think if I saw someone do this, like if I saw DJ do this, if this was like the, first dance or something and it just popped up, I'd be like, that must be from something, like in the Argylle verse, I'd be like, is that in a movie or Titanic or some shit?
Well, it must.
I'm so disappointed that you're already married, so we can't dare you to do this as your first dance.
I know. I
do a way too soon vow renewal or a vow renewal and then just
that's a good
way
one.
too soon vow renewal, so all your family goes like, are they having problems?
Yeah, and it's like, no,
Why
he
are they
just
doing
figured
a
out the sexiest dance in the world from the movie Argylle and they want to show it to you. man, I love this movie.
I feel like because just of the nature of the way all this shit turned out with how it's a Kingsman Universe thing, the whirligig must be a Kingsman Universe thing.
Yeah.
It must be.
This is the Kingsman Universe, so everything that happened in this movie is in the Kingsman Universe.
Right,
Yeah.
so the whirligig must be a popular Kingsman Universe
Right.
thing.
Like instead
Right?
of
It
like
has to be.
instead of like Fat Joe, singing Lean Back, he sang whirligig, and it just became the hot thing that all the kids were doing at the dance, and all the teachers were like, "Put them down. This is a Christian school. We don't do whirligigs here." And they just wouldn't
Teachers
stop.
go up to students doing the whirligig and are like, "Leave room for Jesus," and force you to hold your partner out with your arms fully extended.
Yeah. Here's a question. Is there a dance move that exists in our universe, the one we live in, that if it was shown here and we'd never seen it before would be this stupid? Like, are we taking
Any of
something
them.
for granted that's so dumb?
All dance moves are stupid.
I mean, that's fair. It's like, I can't even think of anything.
I don't know. I feel like dipping people is kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why are we dipping them? Why are we trying to give them head trauma?
Well, hold on now, DJ. You're discounting the fact that dipping looks sexy.
I mean, the whirligig looks sexy.
Yeah, exactly. You know what?
The whirligig is a sex move. It is not sexy. There's plenty of things you can do in the bedroom that are like fun and engaging for you and your partner that if another person watches looks stupid. And this is one of them.
This is cool for everybody involved. Sometimes you just want to throw a whirligig in just in case someone comes in the middle and they're like, well, impressive. Very good. Very good. I'd like to believe, this is my theory, this is what happened in the Argylle verse or the Kingsman verse, whatever the fuck it is. In the end of Dirty Dancing, they do the whirligig instead of the thing she does. Because I think that's equally stupid.
That's it.
And that's what they do. Because it's the only other version that's besides like the Macarena. I can't think of a dance move that's that iconic and unbelievable.
You know what would look really stupid if it didn't exist and someone in an Argylle type movie suddenly started doing it?
What?
Voguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, voguing would look stupid.
Voguing would look pretty stupid. Yeah. I think that's got to be it. It has to be a pop culture thing. But also, like, I think if I saw someone do it, I'd be pretty impressed. I would be like, just generally.
It looks hard to do.
You got a lot of core strength.
Yeah.
I got to respect that.
On both sides, everybody involved, like, just holding your legs, because her legs are parallel with the ground.
They're straight. They're
fully extended.
Actually, does that move work? But no, I don't know. If like the legs are kind of maybe hung over the shoulders, like reverse piggyback, like
then it's like you can roll right into a suplex, right? Then or something. That's pretty good. Oh man, they need to do this at the next WrestleMania or something. What's that? Oh my God, John Cena's back with a new movie learned from the south of Greece. It's the Agent Argylle Whirlybird. And then The Rock tries to do it, and it's not as good. And he's like, fuck, you just can't get anything right.
Accurate.
One other thing about the hairstyle that I think is quite strange. She invented this hairstyle, by all accounts, until the very last scene of the movie, right? Like, this is not a character she's ever seen. Or it is.
That's true.
But, like, up until this point.
Even at the last scene, though, she still invented the hairstyle, because he has, like, a mullet afro thing going on in the last scene.
That's true. I'm guessing he had that scene when he like saved her in France or in England or whatever the backstory is there. But yeah, it's so bizarre. Like, I feel like you would write this book. I bet. Do you think her parents expect her to write a book about like a woman? Why is it about Agent Argylle? Argylle's not a man's name.
I think they did. So like I said in the summary, they give her like notes from her stories that were actually like implanted, like things that happened to her with the details changed. I think they gave her the main character as a man, maybe as a social experiment. I don't know why they would do that.
This seems like something that would have a lot of relevance these days in the Daily Wire reverse or something.
Maybe Catherine O'Hara was like, I know we're doing this whole evil plot here, but also I'm still a professor, and I've been trying to test out this one hypothesis. So I'm also running this parallel as a research study. And I want to see some things about gender.
Yeah, well, I mean, she is British, you know, so she may be trying to prove things one way or the other. I don't know. I do think it's bizarre that she, I guess they would have written the flat top into the thing, right? Like her parents would have given it to her and been like, this is what you were thinking for Agent Argylle. That would have been my first clue, maybe, as me, the one that is Argylle, that's probably not anyone. No one can have imagined that, but maybe she's just like that cool.
Or maybe they wrote him in the notes as like normal man.
Yeah.
And then she was like, she came back with the book, and Agent Argylle was this super muscular hunk with a Nehru jacket and a flat top. Well, not a flat top, but a high top. And they were like, I mean, the stuff in here is correct, so I guess this is fine.
Yeah. Now, wait, is she wearing the Nehru jacket in the flashbacks?
She is, yes.
Okay, so that is part of the standard Argylle costume.
Yes, she has a Nehru jacket and a tight bun.
And that's because the division is bad at this or something? Is that kind of what we're led to believe?
I don't know.
Sam Rockwell's like, spies don't dress like spies, you idiot. Of course not. Except all the other spies on this train do look like spies. So like, yeah, on our spy team, they told us not to dress like cartoon characters, but I guess you guys still haven't figured that out.
Well, we're in a Matthew Vaughn movie, so we have to look very silly.
Yeah. Why does he wear the Nehru jacket to the meeting? Why doesn't he just wear other clothes? Do they only have those?
Yeah.
It's weird that these guys know the Kingsmen, you know?
Yeah, it's super weird.
But like they haven't picked up on any fashion at all, even though that's all the Kingsmen are, is fashion guys.
Well, they're not the dressed, they're the booted.
So you'd think that. However, in one of these other interviews, Matthew Vaughn said, when asked if the Kingsmen and this movie were connected, he said, well, where do you think Argylle gets all those fancy suits? So he specifically goes to London, and by he, I mean, I guess her or whatever, to get these suits from the other spy agency. Wait, what?
Well, it turns out that they take their cover really seriously. It's just a great tailor shop.
It's just a good, that would make sense.
Yeah,
it's just a great tailor.
Yeah,
I think Matthew Vaughn has to admit, and he has to like, you know, do interview whatever, and he has to say, guys, I'm kidding. This isn't in the Kingsman universe.
No.
Because it ruins not
Keep
everything,
digging.
but it ruins a lot, I think.
It doesn't ruin anything more than Kingsman 2 already did.
Yeah. Or that scene with Hitler. Keep digging. I want to find out that these guys were secretly working with Hitler or something and fake the moon landing. I want to get to like Venture Brothers level of like Tesla and fucking who else is in that scene? Eugene Sando and Fantomas is also a real person. Which one are we talking about in Venture Brothers?
In like the third season with the orb, there's a flashback to the original version of the guild.
Yeah.
Some like fit collection of, I think Abraham Lincoln was in it.
Mm-hmm. Like a League of Extraordinary Gentlemen kind of thing.
Yeah.
But with real guys. But yeah, they could do that. Hitler. Who would it be? Hitler? Not Karl Marx. Who was it? Lenin? Thomas Edison, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, like we need we need a varied group of skills.
Yeah, get some capitalists in there. Yeah.
I mean,
Henry Ford.
Kind of that's already what the Kingsman was with the evil conspiracy group, was a bunch of historical figures.
Yeah, that's a good point. But then so I don't want to spend too much time on the Kingsman connection because it's obviously he hasn't thought about it for more than 1 second. But
correct.
Do these guys know the Kingsmen exist, presumably?
I mean, they never say anything about it.
Right. Did the Kingsmen know these guys exist? Do you think, like based off of just we know about them? Or the statesmen? The statesmen know these guys exist?
I mean, I think if I'm reading the plot correctly, I think the division and all of them are, or at one point were, just part of the American government.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're as clandestine as the Kingsmen or the Statesmen, where they're like fully secret to everybody.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess like what's his name was part of the CIA, like, or Samuel L. Jackson like was an official guy as opposed to just some whiskey
He was like
salesman who decided
He's like
to
the
become
director,
a spy.
right? Like
Yeah.
he was
He
actually
was the
really
deputy
up there.
director.
Deputy director.
Yeah. Who's that in real life right now? I want to kind of map this to someone. Just imagining, Jack Abramoff or whatever sitting in front of a basketball game waiting for the download or something.
Let's see.
I feel like this is a name we probably would recognize. Nope, William Bird's no idea who that is. It's a are there any famous ones? John Brennan, that's a famous guy. You remember him? David Petraeus, a lot of good ones. Yeah, by good ones I mean people that got in trouble for stuff. Mike Pompeo, I remember him.
I was gonna say I think definitionally anyone who served as the deputy director of the CIA isn't a good person.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Speaking of us writing the next movie for Matthew Vaughn, I spun the wheel again, landed on Ellie Conway's upcoming plagiarism suit. What do you think about that?
All right.
So I said this about the whole thing about Kira sending her the message about the vascular corridor and all that. So did you guys know that authors and other creatives specifically like delete without reading, completely ignore all fan pitches, because if you ever end up doing anything similar to that, even if you wasn't inspired by that, it was your ahead of time plan anyway. You open yourself up to plagiarism suits.
Yeah, that's the
that's
the plan. That's MODOK and Ant-Man 3, baby. It's gonna buy me a new house. No, but it's like, and I it's even more bizarre that she talks about it. Like she's like, oh yeah, fan theory that this was in my thing in the interview or like in the. I think she says
doesn't say it in an interview. She only says it to Ward when they're just talking.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's still like, a thing you shouldn't mention because you're talking. I mean, plagiarism can be a gray area, but if you openly admit that you were inspired by a fan suggestion that they sent you unsolicited to a thing you will do in your work, that opens you up to something.
The bigger question I have here is, so she's emailing, like this character that is Ariana DeBose is emailing Ellie like information about herself, kind of, or whatever.
Yeah.
The Division,
she's disguising it as like a suggestion for the fictional character, but yes.
Right. And the Division knows what's going on. Like they have tapped Ellie's phone, her computer, all of it. They don't seem to know, not just that this character is the one sending it, but they don't seem to have any possible thought that maybe she's alive or never gone, oh, let's check on this because she keeps getting emails about it. Right?
See, that's the part that confuses me because, like, whatever, she's the next Steve Jobs. She did a hack so good that they couldn't trace it or whatever. So they do assume it's just a random thing. Fine, whatever. But she was bleeding out after getting shot in the chest in Greece, and the Division was sending a medivac to go get her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is where Ellie last saw her.
Yes.
Ellie and Ward.
And Ward, who has been working for this whole time. Like he's been active, so he would maybe not know all about what's going on day to day at the Division recently, but like he should also have information that like, oh, she's still out there helping.
Right. So like, what did the Division do with her? And like, why do they seem to not know that she's alive? If they were going to, was she like Ward in that if you just get a bandage on your chest after getting shot through the vascular corridor, you're instantly fine and can just walk up and get up and leave? Did she just go?
Yeah, I think
she
so.
In deep cover?
How does she know that the Division is bad? Because they only learn that after she's shot.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a really good call out.
I mean, she's the next Steve Jobs, right? So maybe she know about why wouldn't she tell them?
She did a super good hack.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she was just like, no, because then they would have killed her.
Maybe she, like Catherine O'Hara, ate her lunch in the company fridge that afternoon.
Yeah.
So she has, rage issues she hasn't worked through. So she hits Catherine O'Hara, and then Ellie and Ward are like, "You saved us," and she's like, "Huh? What? Yeah, totally.
Mhm.
Yeah, I saved you. That was my plan."
I think that's right, because I do think there's a certain amount of like, well, and also I think the Division would just try to hypnotize her too or something if they had her and she was like part of it. But this part's
Can
so
only
weird.
hypnotize people if they have amnesia, Nando. Everyone knows that.
That's true. And like, I feel like the whole thing with this vascular corridor in the movie, Ellie is being told it by Ariana DeBose, but in real life, she didn't shoot Ariana DeBose, right? Like,
No.
And so this happened on its own by accident.
Yes.
So yeah, what happens in this movie? Like, she gets shot with this thing, falls over, the Division picks her up. Obviously, they don't tell her, by the way, we're evil.
Yeah.
I guess she finds out on her own from someone.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's so weird.
I think the worst part of this like addition is that it just convolutes everything.
Yeah.
And like what I said earlier, where it's like this is like the shittiest reveal, and it's like the second shittiest reveal that's before the other two shitty reveals. It's like you remove this character totally, and the movie is just better.
Mm-hmm.
Like this reveal is terrible.
What I was gonna say, it's a terrible reveal that convolutes the movie for no purpose.
Yeah.
It's not like this is some beloved character that we spent the first half of the movie with, and seeing them come back is like, oh, it's Kira, awesome.
Yeah.
She's in the movie for 1 minute before this. No exaggeration.
Yeah.
They might as well have brought back the girl from Kingston who got exploded in the mansion. Like, she should have shown up. Like, I'm here, guys.
It would have made even less sense, but I would have been happier because I liked that character.
Yeah, and I think now that I'm thinking about it, like, not only does she not do anything useful, what she's doing and what John Cena are doing in these scenes really does overlap, because like, she's the hacker. She's the next Steve Jobs, but she doesn't. John Cena asks, or Henry Cavill asks John Cena to do the hacking over his little earpiece and like make the smoke go. She picks him up in the car, but that could obviously just be John Cena, and then they escape or whatever and catch Dua Lipa. Like, nobody needs to get shot during that.
John
scene.
Cena doesn't do the smoke. She does. Kira does the smoke.
I could swear I remember a bit where he's like, help me, John Cena. And John Cena's like, all right, give me 1 second. I don't remember the line.
No. When she's doing the help me, it's Kira. But then later, he's like, Dua Lipa is heading in your direction. And John Cena's like, I want to drink my great Greek coffee.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The one line he says to Dua Lipa, your body temperature is about to be just like my coffee, ice cold.
That was good. I like that. More of that, please.
Awful.
Oh, I liked it. I liked John Cena in the 2 minutes he's in this movie.
I guess the other thing about this that's weird is because of this weird unreliable narrator thing, like we see a pretty bizarre, scene play out where he grinds the car down the railing. And it's like, I think by the end of this movie, we're supposed to understand nothing like that happened at all. But like, that's no fun. I don't know. It's like either show us both versions or just have it be the crazy thing. Because this is the Kingsman verse. Crazy shit like this happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like, right.
So it's so uncrazy in the universe of the book that everybody at the cafe lets them drink coffee still after they landed the car from their roof onto in front of them.
Yeah.
And after the man in front of the thing picked up a woman from a motorcycle and put her down. And like, whatever. Nobody gives a shit. It's Kingsman verse. They all tried to kill each other last week or whatever happens at the end of Kingsman 1. They all have way too much trauma to be able to keep up with any of this.
This stuff's happening all the time.
Yeah.
It would have been really funny if at one point in Ellie and Ward's conversations, Ward was like, why do you think you don't remember that time when President Obama's head exploded?
Mm-hmm. Now that I think about it, wouldn't they have not tried to get Samuel L. Jackson's head to explode? Like this Samuel L. Jackson? He seems like he'd be high profile enough that he would be one of the guys that head would explode. Or he would be put in jail.
Only if he agreed to. Oh, yeah.
Well, otherwise they capture him, and
maybe he was in the jail.
Maybe
we didn't see everyone who was in the jail. Maybe
maybe XD came and fucked him too. There are quite a few of us back here, sir. Take your time, but we're waiting.
We will also give you butt sex for saving the world.
Yeah, that was a group offer. She was using the royal eye for that part.
I have a dumb question, I realize, but so who's the villain in Kingsman 2? Is it the same guy? Do they just look alike?
Which guy?
How does the Sam Jackson?
Oh, you mean
Sam
Kingsman
Jackson
1?
Is the villain of Kingsman 1, my friend.
The villain,
right? Sorry,
Julianne Moore.
Yeah, Julianne Moore is the bad guy in the first one, and Pedro Pascal kind of at the end. They're similar, yeah.
Yeah, you just
that version of May December is even better than the real one. Samuel Jackson. I like it. I guess he just looks like that guy. I'm sure there would be some scene where he would walk by a picture of him and go, "Hey, you look like him," and he'd go, "Oh yeah, that's funny."
Are you a CIA director? It's like, no, I get that all the time though.
No, you know who is a
Every
CIA
day,
director?
people.
The last next Steve Jobs is a CIA. Just looks just like him.
Yeah.
Because every single one of these, we invent a new next Steve Jobs. So it used to be him.
It's very important.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that this takes place in the Kingsman verse and never references either the time that everybody fought each other and the heads exploded, or the even stupider, the time that everybody that smoked weed went crazy, got put in a box and taken to like the quarantine zone or something.
Forgot it.
Which was a football field, I think.
Yeah,
it was.
Any of that, and like even for the Valentine 1 in 1, you figure maybe they swipe that under the rug, like make it, because he didn't get on TV, say, and make a big announcement like, "Hey, I'm the bad guy." But they does that in 2. Julianne Moore gets on TV and like is like, "I'm the bad guy, and here's my law." So like. Yeah, I feel like that would be my first question as when I wake up as fucking what's her name? Like, was I part of the Poppy's hit squad or whatever? Because that seems like the kind of thing we would be doing. Also, I have red hair. She has red hair. This seems like, is she my mom? Like,
oh no,
might as well be. Who knows, right? Like,
these things are too close.
Yeah. Yeah, that part's cool though. I like the parting piece. I liked it. It was filmed well, and I think the bits where he drove down the thing were funny. I spun the wheel again, landed on one of, I think, DJs. I programmed you to think that.
Yeah, so this is you guys remember the episode of Rick and Morty where it's like the heist episode where it's like all the convoluted heists and I'm in. And then at the very end, like Rick and the computer are arguing, and it's like, and I programmed you to think that, and I programmed you to think that, and I programmed you to think that. That's what I felt when we were getting like 18 twists deep with this movie. And like I know we've been over this a billion times, but I really, really didn't like it. Like I think like I don't know which twist was the one that did it for me. I think when it's revealed that are Kyle also bad, I'm like, no, I can't do this anymore. I think that's
here's the thing.
Unacceptable.
The trope I said that it like is a personally appealing to me that I didn't want to mention because it was a spoiler is the finding out that your previous self, whatever that might be, was the bad guy or was evil in some way, or just not what you thought.
Okay.
Because I think that raises interesting questions about identity and like
right
who you are as a person. And I didn't expect this movie to get into those very deeply, but I like that as a concept of like, oh, before like you're this silly conceit of like you had amnesia and became a totally different person. The person you were before was actually someone that was pretty bad and you wouldn't like as this new version of yourself. Like, if you get those memories back, do you become that old person again? What is this new personality? Is it the real you? Is the other one the real you? What's up with that?
But then just make that the thing, right?
Well,
right.
Like,
yeah.
Right. Also, like, they don't, like I said, she's later is like, no, I wasn't evil the whole time. Past me was good. So they end up not actually doing that. But it's a thing I like. So when that came up, I was like, I thought it was handled the clumsy way where she looked at the thing that freaked her bean. And then when they revealed it, I was like, why would this freak her bean? She knows she worked for them.
Right.
But the idea of it was something where I was like, all right, now we got a stew going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But then we didn't have a stew going. It was but a thin gruel.
Yeah.
But
it still took a much longer time to cook than you would expect.
That's the other
full
thing
45
too.
minutes of stew left.
Oh, yeah.
I do think this movie is way too long, but also I'm wondering now, how long was the first Kingsman? Was it also this long? Did we just give him
it was this long? I think it was like 2 hours.
Nothing was this long.
Never has a movie been 2 hours 10. Yeah. So
it's pretty similar then, actually.
yeah, all these are pretty similar. The King's Man is 211, and Kingsman: The Golden Circle is 221. Oof, that's not good. But yeah, the movies are just getting longer. It's like the whole thing. I don't know what it is. It's bad.
Good.
You got to stop it.
They should keep getting longer. All movies should be 4 hours long.
No. I like.
You're purposely being rude, Diggins, and I don't appreciate it.
I think a 1.5 hour version of this would have forced them to cut at least 2 twists, and that could have been pretty good. I don't know which 2 though.
Okay, ready? Well, already off the bat, we're getting rid of what's her face, Ariane DeBose. Sorry, that one's just gone, and we need Parent Twist, I guess. Like, I guess we need that twist.
I mean, Parent Twist is just Spy Twist, but a little bit. Like, I feel like they're so connected.
It's just Spy Twist Part 1.
Yeah.
Can we stop Fake Twist where Sam Rockwell is like, I'm gonna kill Ellie.
Oh, yeah.
She's such a bitch. I hate her.
That's the weirdest thing. I mean, I don't think that's on the list.
We can talk about it here because we're talking generally about the twist stuff.
Yeah, do you remember the phrasing he used specifically?
He says, we gotta put a bully in Ellie Conway's head.
A bullet.
You said bullet, right?
I said bullet, yeah.
You said bully.
Oh, I thought you said bully.
I heard bully
like
as
someone
well.
I'm gonna bully.
Like, oh, is that something different? I misheard it.
We have to put a bullet in Ellie Conway's head.
Yes. Well, if they do that, she dies no matter what. Like, I don't understand. That's not a phrase. It's a lot of the things in this movie. Like, that's not a thing. Nobody says that.
Yeah.
Say like, I want to be done with Ellie Conway or something, and then it's like that's something you would say. But it's super weird here.
We need to get Rachel Kyle back. I miss Rachel. I'm done with Ellie Conway.
Yeah, it's not like he's saying something where he thinks she might overhear it. Because why would he say that if that was the case? So why wouldn't he be like, God, I miss Rachel. We got to get Rachel back. Why would that not be what he said? But even if he was just wanted to express frustration with Ellie, the Ellie personality, why is it we got to put a bullet in her head? Why isn't it like why doesn't he just go, I'm sick of Ellie Conway. We've got to get the old one back.
Especially because this is Sam Rockwell. Like, his whole thing is like chill and cool and like, you know, kind of almost like Matt McConaughey, Woody Harrelson like vibes. So he would definitely not necessarily wouldn't be angry, but it's like it just doesn't fit with what his character would say up until this point in the movie. Like, yeah, it's pretty weird.
It is pretty weird.
But obviously he's great in this.
It's one of the most contrived of these.
Yeah, and like,
yeah.
I think even if he didn't say that, it would make complete sense for her to not trust him because he's still a spy. Like, you don't need any of that. Just have her call her mom because she wants to talk to her mom or something. If you want, you can even write that off as being hypnosis trigger or something. If you're ever alone for more than 2 days, you call me and tell me where you are.
That's good. Yeah.
And then we find out that's why. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is weird. It's a weird scene. Do you think on the other end of the thing, like Samuel L. Jackson was like, "The fuck did you just say?" This is weird, dude. Like, I'm keeping this. We have to talk about the way you're talking about your spouse. Kind of, it's weird.
That's true. You are still married to like this woman, and you're like a fucking
we don't know
shooter.
that they're married. Doesn't say anything that they got married.
They're married, right? Like they're married.
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of read it. I guess like partner or whatever. But
oh, sure, okay.
Either way,
they don't believe in the institution. I got it.
Yeah, that's
Too cool
right.
for
Yeah.
school.
They're very cosmopolitan, and and also like he hates cats and she has a cat, so it's not really gonna work out. Now, where does the cat come from?
I guess she just got it at one point in the past 5 years.
That makes sense.
Wait, no, that's not true because there's a picture of Alfie as one of the objects that they.
Oh yeah, that's a trigger. Yeah, that's a trigger. So remember Alfie? You love Alfie.
So because they needed a name to make Samuel L. Jackson plausible. They need to attach that to something.
Well, they don't say Alfie. DJ's just saying that.
Really?
Oh, I thought they did. I actually thought they. Okay.
They don't reference the cat. I'm just saying when they're brainwashing her, they put, besides the funky screensaver, they put a bunch of objects down that I guess are supposed to be like anchors, and one of them is a picture of Alfie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where did they get it?
Like, where do they get the cat? Shelter? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like it's not like it's that hard to find a cat.
But like, so
the
they
cat's
went out.
not special.
They went
How
out and
dare you,
adopted a
everything's
cat.
Special. Yes,
to
or
do
bought
this.
a cat. They could have went to Petco. Either
Why
one.
get no cat?
They probably went to a kitten mill because they're evil.
Yeah, that's true.
They're bad people.
It's such a strange decision. Especially because the cat's nothing, right? Like if the cat's like also a hidden camera or something, it's a little bit more plausible. Have like a.
I mean, I was waiting the whole movie for the twist with the cat because I was like, all the marketing puts so much emphasis on the cat. There must be something.
It has to be like. I mean, it has to be a just red herring, right? Like written into the thing as we're gonna make the cat a big part of it.
Yeah,
definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, we kind of talked about Sam Rockwell a little bit, so I wanted to bring this up because I forgot this. I loved when they're doing the fight on the train, and right before it starts, the guy comes up with his little book thing, and Sam Rockwell's just like, "Are we really going to do this? You're just embarrassing yourself, dude." Like, I thought that was great. If there was more of that in this movie, it would have been good.
Now, as long as we're talking about the twists generally, the spy, and you bring up the train scene, what the fuck is happening there?
I don't know. So. Yeah. Okay. So go on. You expound.
So, like, there's presumably they're division guys, right? On the train.
Yes. John Wick versus they all took over.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe they're there to watch Ellie, but they don't. But when she calls Catherine O'Hara and is like, I'm getting on a train right now to come visit you, Catherine O'Hara is surprised. She does not know that this is going to happen.
Right.
So why would the division... So, like, unless she's acting surprised for no reason, she seems very genuinely surprised. Like, the division doesn't know she was going to go on this train. Except they did know because they're all there. And then, for no reason, they attack her.
Yeah.
Right.
Even though everything she's doing before Ward drags her away from this attack is part of their plan. They want her to be living this Ellie Conway life and writing these books.
Right.
But are they trying to attack her or are they trying to attack Ward? And are they like, we got to get Ward because he's going to break her out of the Ellie Conway?
Because the fan wants to stab her with the little poison dagger.
Yeah, but maybe it's not poison. Maybe it's like a sleeping dart or something.
Yeah.
I don't think the fan does either. Like, I think the fan reveals the dagger, but I don't think he goes for either of them.
That's true. Because Ward has already started doing spy stuff to him.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading this scene now with this looking at it as like he is they're specifically after Ward and Ellie is in no danger. Which maybe is a way you could read it. I have to watch it again.
So well, hold on then. Is it that they're following Ellie, but I don't know, didn't check into base and tell anyone what she was doing? Or they were following Ward, who very coincidentally is on the same train as Ellie, and so they didn't realize she would be there, but also Ward is there? Like, what is happening?
Well, these guys are following Ellie because this one of the guys is the guy from the book signing, right? He's on the train with her, right? I think. So,
yeah, but then again, then why do they seem to not know that she's going to be on this train?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's just like a bunch of like 20 guys at any moment behind Ellie. If she looked over her shoulder, she'd see them like all getting on the escalator together, and it's just like she has a pack of guys following her. But or maybe this whole state is just operatives. Like they put her in the middle of Washington, it's full of operatives. So if they ever need to activate them, you just get them all.
Just in case.
Just in case.
You can call them up.
That doesn't make any sense. The other part of this that doesn't make any sense to me that we haven't talked about is why is he Argylle?
Why is
like in the scene when she's hallucinating?
Sometimes when she sees Argylle, he like tells her like in a mirror, like everything's going to be okay. And it's like, okay, that's her subconscious. That's what's happening. You know, that's like in her head, like the Hulk or whatever, like sometimes. But this one, it's like she's seeing Wyatt as Argylle, but he's not Argylle. She's Argylle. So why is she mapped this in her brain together? You know what I mean?
I think there's some deep psychosexual stuff going on here.
Yeah.
You really peel back the layers.
It really is like, And especially because it's not just that Argylle is there. It's that Argylle is there and trying to flirt with her, right? Like making like kissing faces at her. And she goes like, oh, Argylle.
Oh, stop.
But that's her.
That's true.
It doesn't make any sense. And also, that's not what Sam Rockwell would do. Maybe he would. I don't know. We don't really get a lot of him like normal Sam Rockwell. We get flustered Sam Rockwell throughout this movie. But
well, I don't think he's doing the flirty stuff. I think that is fully in her imagination.
Yeah, and then the other thing about that bit with the imagination stuff, this is the first time we'll see this, like the imagination world and the real world kind of incoherence. They don't do it enough, right? Or something? Something's wrong with this.
Yeah, I mean, I already said I don't really like how this is filmed because it feels kind of sluggish. But yeah, like, this is the only time that there's really a major, like, incorporated into the scene thing with her hallucinating.
Yeah. Or,
like, fantasy reality stuff. So, like, it feels like it's supposed to be a bigger thing about, like, her... the conditioning wearing off on her mind, making her kind of, like, lose it. But... it doesn't really ever happen again. So when she's later like, oh, I'm losing it, I'm hallucinating, you're like, you haven't done that for a while, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to say in the one apartment scene, as he's like exploding onto a chair, she like sees Henry Cavill do it. But also it's even like that bit's different because it's, I don't know, it's such a weird device. I feel like I would like to see Matthew Vaughn wrote down the rules for what this is, or Jason Fuchs or whatever, because I don't think they work together, like scene to scene, and especially when we get into the smoke fight, none of this makes any sense. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, that could be the tagline to the movie.
None of this makes any sense. Yeah,
again, this makes any sense. Not that the moment to moment plot is hard to follow because they explain things very thoroughly. For the most part.
Right.
It's just that when you think back about it later, you're like, but actually nothing anyone did made any sense.
Yeah. I spun the wheel, landed on something. The biggest twist in the movie. This is
the thing I said about the cat not being important.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've heard explanations that, like we said, it's a Taylor Swift thing. The kids like Taylor Swift.
Yes.
I'm wondering if this is another kind of weird dance move thing where he was like, cat in a little backpack is something I see and recognize, and I bet if I put that in my spy movie, that will be something people will at least remember from it. But I don't know. We should try to write a Matthew Vaughn movie and just like free associate, look at things in the room and put them together into something. And it's like, that doesn't work. But I do remember when they said like, you know, hot dog flamingo gun or something. So maybe that was successful.
Hot dog flamingo gun.
Yeah. Those are all things in this room, by the way.
Yeah, Nando's eating a hot dog and a flamingo as we speak.
I skipped lunch, the thing that it is now because of the time. So I have to eat my hot dog very slyly on my sleeve.
And your flamingo.
That's right.
But it also makes me like, why is so much of this cat CGI if it's just supposed to be a regular cat?
Yeah.
Well, because like, I don't know, if you're going to throw off the cat off a roof, might as well CGI.
Okay, sure. No. Throwing the cat off the roof is the scene I will give them. You got to CGI that cat. You can't throw a real cat off a roof.
I mean, listen, if there was any animal you could throw off a roof, it's probably that one, but it's probably still not a good idea. But
yeah, but when the cat's just like hanging out most of the time, it's CGI.
Yeah. I imagine it's just expensive to have a real cat on set, and the cost now with CGI has kind of weighed that out.
But because you don't have to pay any union dues.
No union dues. You don't need like the handler. You don't need insurance. Yeah, there's so much to it. I bet the cats had a union before the actors and like people. Well, I don't know.
I think animal people have a union now before CGI artists do.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and it's like. It is a lot of work. Like if you want to put an animal in a movie, you really got to like it's paperwork and all kinds of stuff. So
yeah, we all watched Nope.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. What was I gonna say? Well, the other thing about the cat, I don't know. It's weird. I like that it was a cat. It was a cat once or twice in the movie, and that was nice. But yeah, it's not as big of a part of the movie as you kind of expect. Yeah. Cats are pretty cool, though. I spun the wheel again. Speaking of cats, sometimes these have cats. Landed on, this movie is an anime. This one's DJ's.
Yeah, so there was a realization for me there was like all the twists and turns and characters coming back from the dead and amnesia. And I think what really clarified this for me was the oil rink or like the oil ice skate. I call it oil rink ice skate fight.
Yeah,
oil rink skating fight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she's skating on oil, not a thing at all.
Have you tried it?
I guess. Also, if it was metal on metal, wouldn't that also make sparks?
So many sparks. Yeah. She would get foot from Sam Rockwell before they all blow up. She might explode when she tries to put the shoe into the knife, and then it would hit the floor because she puts them in a chunk, and then that would be enough. Yeah.
So but as she's skating around on the oil, like stabbing the guys and like dodging everyone and just like throwing knives, I'm like, oh, this movie's an anime. And then it crystallized for me. I'm like, oh, this movie makes sense now. If you go in being like, oh, this movie is actually an anime, then it totally makes sense. It makes sense more than you can imagine.
I basically already made this point at the very start when we were saying our opinions, where I said the main thing this movie is stupid.
Yeah. Like animes.
Like
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You monster.
Remember the flashback where the guy has green hair? That's kind of anime-y, right? Where they like key out everything but the green hair to show you that that's that guy. Like, where do you get that?
Why
also
do
anime.
they do that?
I don't know.
Is that another just you'll remember it thing?
I think so, yeah. He saw Oppenheimer and was like, people love that shit when they do black and white to regular movie color. Let's see if we can get some of that. Or like Schindler's List or something.
He saw Schindler's List and one little girl's jacket is red.
Mm-hmm. It was like, we got to do at least one Schindler's List in this.
But
and they're like, we already put Hitler in the other movie.
That's true. Hitler was in the other movie, and Ralph Fiennes was already in one of these. We don't have any more Schindler's Listing we can use. Liam Neeson's too busy with Entourage 2.
Oh, no.
By the way, two people told me we didn't mention Entourage 2, which is a plot point in the Kimmy Schmidt show. Since last week. Do you guys watch Kimmy Schmidt?
I have. I watched the whole thing.
Do you remember Titus was for a while, like this is a multi-episode thing, thought he was auditioning for a second Entourage movie. So there's tons of Entourage jokes in the middle of Kimmy Schmidt where like Titus is like reading scenes in the vodka release party or something. It's really funny. I want to say season 2. We haven't got there yet because we just started rewatching Kimmy Schmidt because of this, but yeah,
it's been a long time since I watched season 2, so that would be why I forgot it.
Yeah, multiple people reached out and were like, how could you not even mention? Because they also, the other Entourage bit is they, Tina Fey in one of the episodes of 30 Rock, where they're doing the stupid people protest, at a certain point, she's like saying like, things that are bad about stupid people. And one thing she says is, because of you, there will probably be an Entourage movie. And there was. So
she was right.
Yeah, she nailed it. But anyway, back to anime dumb stuff.
No, I think that is the attitude you need for this movie. That's all that point was. It's just like, I think this movie, Matthew Vaughn made his first successful anime. And I think the anime version of this movie, because also the other part is you could make Argylle's stupid hair look good in an anime. Like that hair is anime hair.
Between the Nehru jacket and the high top, he's basically a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Like maybe we got to interview him. Like, Matthew Vaughn, did you intend for this to be actually like animated? And
he was like, I wanted it to be good, so I didn't do it anime. I did it in live action.
Here's a reference for everyone who's not you guys. He's basically the love child of Kekyoan and Polnareff with that fit and that hair.
How dare you? I don't know the words you just said.
I mean, now that I'm looking at it, like I feel like here's the thing with the anime thing, and like because this movie, especially in the trailer, like really went out of its way to look stupid, right? Like I feel like I really wish that the title of this movie or like the trailer had like, I mean, we just had this conversation 10 minutes ago, so of course I remember it. I don't think I said this, but I wish they had just said like in the title was like from the director of Kingsman, the Secret Service, and then also and then in little print like and the other two or something, just like to be a little bit more fun,
Yeah.
From the director of Kingsman 1, but not Kingsman 2. But yeah, the skating thing was very anime.
Oh yeah, it's the most anime thing ever.
Every Matthew Vaughn movie needs one of these.
But also, like, one of these, but also this version of these is the dumbest thing ever. Who pitched that? Oh, what we'll do is we'll have her skate on oil. Like, everyone has to look around the writer's room and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's
well,
not
Jason
how
Fuchs looks around at the mirror that has him in it and then goes, Matthew Vaughn will accept this. And that's the only person I have to convince.
Was he really the sole writer? Like, it was just Jason Fuchs?
I think so, yeah.
Nice.
I think he has this sole screenplay by credit. I have to double check, but
so yeah, he has to go like, yeah, skate on oil. I'm a fucking genius.
He is a genius. Look how cool it was.
So smart.
I mean, I did think it was good. I like that whole bit. I thought it looked cool.
It would have been so funny if she goes to Sam Rockwell. Wait, was that skating stuff true? Was I a good skater? He's like, yeah. Why? She goes to put the skates on, and then you go in. He's like, oh my god, you still have brain damage. No, stop it. This isn't a thing. What do you think oil is? No, stop it, Rachel.
I do wish just the rest of the movie was this silly.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
It's hard to keep that energy up, though. I do think that's part of the trickiness with these.
Right. No. I don't mean like every single scene was exactly as silly as this one, which would, of course, not be good.
Right. Yeah.
But I wish like the ratchet, like all the moments of action and tension, whatever, like as in the rhythm of the movie were this silly.
Yeah.
Because like the train scene's not especially silly, other than like Henry Cavill making some flirty faces when he switches.
Yeah, getting kissed by those chicks.
And the other act, the one in London, isn't really silly at all.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think they had like one good idea, and then they were like, "We're gonna have her skate on ice," and Matthew Vaughn was like, "Incredible, give me 7 of those," and then it was like, "You give me a week, I'll figure it out," and then he just didn't do it. Or something.
Pencils
down the stairs on grinding. I mean, like that's close. That's as close as you get. Is the car?
Yeah,
grinding
the
down
Jeep
the
grinding
stairs.
on the.
But yeah, he put all his money into the dance move, and he never really figured out any of the other action sequences.
Whirligig, everything's whirligig. So I'm gonna put that whirligig in like 8 different scenes.
I do think the bit where the smoke dancing bit is pretty wild. Like there's some shit that they do in that's like so dumb, but like also remember when they like load each other's guns by holding up the magazines tubes? Like that's pretty out there.
There was also when they're both in like the gas masks and the camera's like 2 feet from their face and like they're just staring listlessly into you and like it's so disturbing.
Didn't love that.
Very it's uncanny valley.
I don't know if that's ever worked, but there's something about the way that it didn't work here that I think I could study. Like I'd love to see the expression on their face, the amount of time they hold it for, something. They also do it twice. Wrong. So that's never good. Like, I don't know. What about the Beatles, DJ? I spun the wheel, landed on the Beatles. Speaking
All right,
of
let's go. Okay, so they have a song that it comes up a lot in the movie, but at one point Aiden goes, "Oh, like this." I think they're in the compound to meet the John Wick character, and they're like, "Oh, this is our song," and like, but not like our song, like our wedding song, just like our song.
Yeah,
like it's the one.
This is the song we fucked to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is the song I first pick you up over my head too.
This is our whirligig song. Yeah. This is the whirligig.
That's why they do the whirligig, because it's their whirligig song.
So it comes up in the movie no less than 17 times. So the song is Now and Then by the Beatles, and you're like, oh, that's fine. Matthew Vaughn did a Beatles song, except this song released in November of 2023.
Yeah, now what happened? How did they make it?
Okay, so this is a song that John Lennon did. I think it was 1977. It was just like a solo thing that he did. There are other tracks too, and there was a plan to later do like a Beatles anthology with some new songs. Unfortunately, John Lennon was assassinated with some guy with a cool last name. There were just like some tracks that were just like hanging around. So. I think it was like Paul McCartney and Ringo were like, all right, we got this track. So Paul added some vocals. Ringo added a back drum beat. They took old George Harrison guitar track records and they like made the song and released it. And it's like the last Beatles song. Like that's it. There's no more Beatles after this. It's the last one. We dug up everything.
I don't know. That's what they said about the last Beatles song.
That's true.
I'm sure. That's fine. We'll get more. But the main point is this song came out. It was not released in any fashion until November of 2023. And yet is a historical song that Rachel and Aiden, it's like, oh, it's our song. So one, it being just like a nitpicking point that is not possible. But two, it's like, why did Matthew Vaughn pick this song as like, I want this to be my like Argylle song? Like, I just don't understand.
His subtle hint that the movie actually takes place in 2040.
God damn it. Future Kingsman verse. Damn it.
Here's what I'll say to that. Two answers. One, I think in the Kingsman verse, because of the trauma of that time everyone tried to stab their neighbors, they decided to put out a couple of new Beatles songs early or something. So this released in 2016 because everyone was so bummed about that time they, killed everyone they knew and loved. But then the other question is like, I believe Apple owns the rights to the Beatles, right? Like that's a thing.
Yes.
So do you think Apple forced this into the movie?
Holy shit. Oh man.
That could very well be possible.
Because all the rest of the music in this movie is pretty Matthew Vaughn-y. Like he's not Edgar Wright and he's not James Gunn, but he's a little bit, kind of left to center music. So he's got a song, the song during the train fight is like a song called Do You Want a Funk? It's like legit funky 70s song. And like that's why this one specifically doesn't fit in. The only other song I think that's in the movie is by Ariana DeBose, which is my other, like, is that how you got in this? Is that why we have this character? Because they wanted you and Boy George to write the song for Argylle? Like, it does feel like this movie was created from the marketing in, they figured out all the commercials and the trailer, and then they just figured out what the movie would be afterwards.
Okay, so I figured it out.
Always the best result for a movie.
Yep.
Because I knew I'd seen this somewhere, and it was the IMDb trivia page. Okay, so this is a mouthful. So this is a great segment called Reading. Matthew Vaughn secured the rights to the Beatles song Now and Then a year before it was released. The song was being developed by Giles Martin, the son of longtime Beatles producer Sir George Martin, and Giles also served as music producer on Argylle. Vaughn recalled, I was with Giles and I said, I'm really struggling to find what I call the romantic song of the movie because I need it to be sad but hopeful. And he said, do you want to hear a new Beatles song? And Giles has got a hell of a sense of humor. So I was like, yeah, whatever. And he goes, no, I'm being deadly serious. He played it to me, and it was as if Lennon had seen the film. We just slapped it on the movie, and we didn't have to edit anything. It just lifted the picture.
Yes, this is just like if Lennon had seen this movie. Not the one who worked with Hitler, the one from the Beatles.
I was going to say, what's not clear from reading that quote is he means Vladimir Lenin.
Yeah.
So that's why. So the son, or the music producer, was the son of the longtime Beatles producer who was working on this song, and then I guess Matthew Vaughn was just like, yeah, let's do it. Let's put the new Beatles song into my movie.
I'll just say this. I don't believe him. I think Matthew Vaughn knew that guy was working on the Beatles song and kept dropping subtle hints. I wish there was just a song that was romantic and upbeat and inspiring and like 3.5 minutes long. I just can't think of one. Until this guy was like, actually. And then he was like, no way. All right, let's hear this Beatles song. Like, there's no way Matthew Vaughn did not hire that guy, at least hoping maybe he could get a little bit of extra Beatles access. I don't believe it. Not to say that this person is not good, but that's an insane thing. That'd be like if you met Derek Jeter and just casually brought up that you had like space on your company softball team. And he's like, I'm Derek Jeter. I used to play baseball. And you're like, no, get out. All right. Are you any good? Let's listen to the Beatles song and see.
Isn't that an episode of The Simpsons? You're just
it is an episode of The Simpsons I'm describing. Happens a lot in The Simpsons in a lot of different capacities.
Well, it's because Simpsons did everything.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Matthew Vaughn found the music producer for potential new Beatles projects to be like, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get the last Beatles song on my movie first before anyone else.
So here's my conspiracy. Matthew Vaughn, years ago, heard they were doing a Beatles song and was like, I need to own the Beatles song. So then he befriended the guy who was working on it and tried. It probably didn't work somehow. That guy was too smart. But then he found the son. And then he was like, what? And then he like looked at things the son had in his room, and it was like an Argylle sweater and a cat and something. He's like, I'm going to write a movie called Argylle. Jason, get over here. I'm going to write this movie called Argylle so then we could get this kid in it. And then once he's here, we're going to steal that Beatles song from him. And then that's why the movie doesn't really make any sense, is because it was all created so that Matthew Vaughn could get access to an unreleased Beatles song.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
And he would have gotten away with it too.
If we're for IMDb trivia and a 4-hour-long podcast. We're pretty good at this.
Yeah, this is a true crime podcast now. We just broke this heist of the century.
Yeah.
Just so you know, George Martin, the longtime Beatles producer, died in 2016 at the
Ooh.
age of 90. So
Pretty suspicious.
Mhm.
wait, what? Did Matthew Vaughn kill George Martin?
I mean,
Well, when he wouldn't give up the goods.
mhm. I don't want to scare you, DJ, but you've actually been Matthew Vaughn this whole time.
Oh my god!
And we're trying to figure out where you hid the secret codes for the Beatles song or whatever.
I'm horrified.
I didn't want to tell you, but this is what it is. I'm Samuel Jackson. Yeah, there's only one thing left on the wheel. It's the sentence: Henry Cavill cameos never fail. What is he, 2 for 2 on? Is he in any Dark Universe stuff? That's the only other place I could see him maybe having been.
Now, hey, we don't know that this cameo failed yet, Nando.
That's true. And we don't know that he's not going to be in the ride at the new Universal Dark Universe theme park that maybe won't open or something.
I can't believe we're getting that, a Dark Universe theme park. I can't believe
Is it a dark ride?
I mean, we don't know. Maybe.
Oh, it's a whole park.
Have
It's
you
a whole
not seen this,
land.
Diggins?
Oh, yeah.
What I'm saying is the Dark Universe ride a dark ride?
Probably. You can't even see any of the monsters or anything, and they accidentally made a dark ride. Whole place is dark. You just walk in like the touch tunnel and just like, oh.
Yeah,
Like
welcome
an
to
idiot.
the Invisible Man experience. Everything is invisible to you.
Yeah. I made Hannah watch that whole video of like the introducing this park, and I was like, no, it's gonna get to the fun part. And then we got to that part, and she was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "Oh, you are right. This normal people don't care about this." Yeah. Dark Universe is a word most people have heard maybe once in their lives, as opposed to like 3 or 4 times a day.
Unlike us, who will never let the Dark Universe die.
Oh, no. Because it's coming back, Diggins.
It's
We're
coming
at the
back. We're
forefront
gonna
of this.
go. I feel like we should be there at the opening. You know,
Honestly,
I think Universal should invite us.
Yeah, I think we should. We've said
Who has
only
done
nice
more
things.
to keep the Dark Universe alive in the hearts of the people
I-
than the 3 of us?
I know you guys are joking, but we probably could swing this somehow. Like, we could probably like put out the podcast and like probably find some Universal press person and be like, we will like do so, like we'll put it on Nando's YouTube.
But
and,
if any of them listen to what we say about the Dark Universe, they'll listen to the Invisible Man pod and be like, "Fuck, never mind."
No. Here's what we're gonna do, and this is a whole thing because of Tina Fey this week. She was saying that like she's kind of talking about how if you have a podcast, you can't talk about anything negatively because then you'll eventually be in the room with that thing. Referring to Ayo Edebiri, talking about J-Lo and then
J-Lo,
hosting SNL. Yeah. Everybody has to be really cool. I'll edit those Invisible Man podcasts down to like 1 minute and just everybody listen, just pretend it never happened. And from now on, we're only going to say nice things about the Dark Universe, like really nice things, and just pretend that is what we've always done. We'll start next week, so we'll get it all out of our system this week. But like in the future, we're that's why it will be different. But everybody's got to be cool so we can do this.
And here's what we really do to retcon the mostly nitpicking universe. We're gonna redo those pods.
Oh my god!
We're gonna do the Mummy,
just
we're
glowing
gonna do
praise.
Invisible Man.
I mean, luckily,
And
there's only one movie in the Dark Universe. The Invisible Man one doesn't even count. It's just the
true.
Russell Crowe and
It's
Tom
just-
Cruise one.
It's true. It's just the Mummy.
Yeah,
we
'Cause
redo that.
We've never done Dracula Untold.
that also is not in the Dark Universe as it existed when it was that marketing thing. They only made one movie,
So we're getting a whole theme park.
a whole theme
So,
park. Yeah,
We do.
I mean, Disney did a whole theme park off of one movie.
That's
Why can't
true.
Universal.
Yeah, I guess it's true. But we re-record it, but we make it like 20 minutes, and it's all just praise,
Yeah.
right?
just us all
I
sitting here
love
going,
the Dark Universe.
nothing to say. They really thought of everything. I was watching it and I was like, are we going to see the fucking fish hand in the little library? And it's like, yep, there it is. They put it all together.
guys, this one's ironclad.
Mhm.
There's nothing to say.
And then Magic Castle Part 2, boys.
Yep, exactly.
Magic
Yep,
Castle
we're gonna
Part
will
2.
this
We're going
into
to
existence.
Dark
It would be
Universe.
Magic Castle Part 2 if Magic Castle paid for us to go there.
Yeah. And also, the Magic Castle made a really bad movie that we pretended we liked. But now, thinking about this now, any movie where you disagree with us about how we think of it, you could just imagine this is all part of a psyop where we're trying to get the, Like we're trying to curry the favor of the Argylle producer so we can be an Argylle 2 or something. Like,
oh, we will all sell out.
Yeah.
All three of us will sell out
This
immediately.
is a long-standing policy of this podcast is that we will absolutely sell out to the first offer.
Download all the episodes. I will delete them on day one. I don't care who it is. Madam Web 2, they'll all be gone. Just a second on screen with those wonderful spider women or something. Yeah, Craven. Dude, if I could burn this podcast to the ground for a spot in the Craven movie.
I wouldn't even blame you.
Yeah.
No, me neither. I'd be like, kudos.
I hope I don't cut it because sacrificed so much. And they've been cutting so much out of that movie. Guys, I don't want to. I've been waiting for a long time to announce it. I'm the guy that says, you know why they call me the Rhino. That's me. Young Paul Giamatti, because the movie takes place in the 70s or something, probably. And they keep forgetting that and putting Spider-Man references in that don't work. Just like Madam Web. Oh man. I would be happy for the role, but I'd be like, young Paul Giamatti? I'm sure about that. We sure we're doing that for me? And they'd be like, yeah, no. And I'd be like, all right, I'll take it.
It's better than Ambulance Man 6.
Yeah.
You know, because you could be one of the ambulance people and then
That's true.
it's boring.
You
could be one of the spiders that crawls down and scares Craven.
Yeah. I could be someone in that movie that is like, well, I could be the mom that died in the Amazon right before she died with the spiders or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
Right.
Or I could be the guy who puts up the Spider-Man poster that they edit out of the movie for the trailer to deceive everyone. Trick fans into seeing the movie.
I cannot wait for that Spider-Man poster to not be in the movie.
I can't wait. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I feel like that we know some things about Madam Web, and I don't want to say them because it's kind of spoilery, but they're so dumb. But they could also just get rid of them because the timeline won't line up. But maybe it will. I don't know. It's pretty good. I can't wait for the end.
I can't wait for the end of the movie when just someone walks up to Madam Web and it's like, "We gotta team up to kill Spider-Man." She's like, "This sounds like a plan."
Yeah, I know who that is. We all know who that is in this universe. We haven't talked about him in a while, even though we're all spider themed. But I guess it was just taken for granted. Like, yeah, Spider-Man, obviously. It'd be weird if we all came into the room and went, "Oh, we got spiders." But yeah, you could be that guy. I could be the CGI fake Michael Keaton stand-in for when he definitely didn't come to set to film that scene with Jared Leto. But yeah, Henry Cavill shows up in the end of this movie.
Oh, right.
And goes, "Hi, I'm Agent Argylle, but I'm Southern or something," with a Jerry curl. What the hell is going on? Like, what's his character?
I have no idea. This makes zero sense.
Yeah.
Is he the real Agent Argylle?
I mean, he seems to know Argylle stuff, or at least he knows he's interesting to her.
Well, then I guess dovetailing this.
And I mean, another thing about that, Nando, is he knows that he looks exactly like her fantasy vision of Argylle. We see like artwork of Argylle or whatever that's like the official part of the books, and it doesn't look like Henry Cavill.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So how could he possibly know that?
There's no plan for this, right?
I mean,
like Matthew Vaughn was like, "Ha."
This feels like, and this is classic Matthew Vaughn, Kingsman 2, like we want to be able to put Henry Cavill on both posters. So we are going to introduce a new Henry Cavill character for Argylle 2, even though Henry Cavill should not exist in future Argylle movies. But
I mean, dovetailing this into the post-credit scene, the actual Agent Argylle is like a guy. Like, is that Henry Cavill?
So he looks like Henry Cavill a little bit, but like
right.
So the post-credit scene is them watching. What is the post-credit scene?
Right. So they're in the Kingsman bar.
Yes.
And the guy's like, "I'll have a cocktail, blah, blah, blah." And the guy's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, No. Hold the cranberry. Hold the vodka. Just the ice or whatever.
The twist.
They're just the
twist.
twist.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Very cute. Actually, now it's good. I liked it.
And he's like, "Okay." And then he pulls out like a tiny little lockbox and there's a gun in it.
Mm-hmm. So, and then we see Argylle, the movie 1 or something. And like,
book 1 coming soon.
So this is suggesting that in the universe of the Argylle verse, the Kingsman verse, the first book of Argylle references Kingsman, but without knowing that. Like she doesn't seem to, but she has to know then that the King's Man exists, right?
That a bar named the King's Man exists.
Yeah, but it's where you go to do spy stuff and get guns and stuff. Like it's like it's a front to some extent. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
What's going on in these movies?
And that's the problem. That's why this being part of the Kingsman universe is bad, and why adding those 2 to 3 twists at the end just only degrade the movie. Like, real Argylle is bad. Henry Cavill fake Argylle is bad. It's all bad.
I like Henry Cavill fake Argylle. Like, I think that one's pretty stupid in a kind of I don't know. I'm willing to accept that. The second one is so dumb that I don't like it.
I think the Henry Cavill showing up at the end thing works in a movie that is sillier. That is like more of like kind of satirizing spy stuff.
Yeah.
Of just being like the big ending joke of like the final twist that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it reminds me of, I don't know if this is like something everyone's seen. You ever seen the deleted scene from Terminator 3 where we meet Sergeant Candy?
Yeah.
He has the same kind of look, and it's the same deal. It's like, hey, this guy looks just like me, and then we'll change the voice. Like, that's kind of what they do, I guess. But that was all I could think of with this. My bet on how they would write this if they make an Argylle 2, and they won't because it costs way too much money and didn't make enough money, is like that would be one of her ex-boyfriend spies who she kind of put the Argylle face onto that she has forgotten since then. So now it's a love triangle, and this guy's also a spy, but he's a statesman or something like that. That's how you tie it together.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But again, then how does he know that he is how she fantasizes Argylle looking?
I think well, when they make the movie, she would kind of maybe cast him or cast an Argylle. There would be an Argylle.
Cast Henry Cavill.
Right. You would find a Henry Cavill type, and then that would be like, that's what Argylle looks like. But why would he care? I don't know. I mean, maybe he just knows because he knows her so well because of their history that he can see this character's silhouette and go, oh, I'm Argylle. That's cute. The question really for me is, why hasn't he reached out to her yet? And I guess the answer for that would maybe be like, the statesmen knew about it and weren't reaching out because of some, secret pact or something they had with the division, whoever they are. I don't know. Is the division like 10 guys on a big boat? Like, are they done?
It's never super clear in the movie what the division is precisely.
Yeah. It's interesting that he's made 3 movies and about spies, and in all 3 movies, the spies are actually the bad guys. Where Arthur is the bad guy in Kingsman 1. What's his name? Pedro Pascal is the bad guy in Kingsman 2. To a lesser extent, it's also Poppy, but like he's in there. And then in this one, it's like the spy agency is bad. It's a very big trope, like that Mission Impossible, every movie they have to go rogue. But yeah, it doesn't make any. Like, it's interesting that he keeps doing this.
I mean, it's just acknowledging the universal truth that the American intelligence operation, the whole system is rotten to the core and essentially evil.
It's right. It's so weird now that I think about it that he made 2 movies deconstructing the spy genre, and one did it and then the other one just stopped doing it halfway through the movie. Yeah, you could totally have this movie work with a character like Ellie, who's taking this all, playing it all differently because she's a spy novel writer, and that's like the tension of the movie. But yeah, it's not what this is. Yeah. I did hear one other thing. Apparently the movie cost $200 million to make. I've heard Matthew Vaughn say that's not true. That it actually costs $80 million, and $200 million is what they paid for all of the rights and multiple movies or something. Like,
I mean, that's still what the movie cost then.
Well, sure. I guess maybe that means like the franchise, like if you made like 3 of them, that would be the cost of the rights of all of them. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't look like it cost $80 million to make either. It looks less good than that, but it's still like, if this costs $200 million to make, this is insane. Like, that's a lot of money.
It's too much money.
Yeah, it's too much money
on a movie.
Especially when you're not even going to release it in theaters originally. Like, what are they even doing? Yeah, listen, it's a good movie. The cat winks at the camera. That was pretty cool. I liked it.
It's the most fun thing that happens.
It was the best part. Anything else about Argylle? Do you think we'll ever see these guys again, or anything related to this again?
Oh no, betting money's no.
I mean, if it was just that the critical response was so negative, then I'd say maybe, but it also didn't do very well financially. So I don't think so.
See, I could see this being a triple X 3 or 4 or whatever kind of thing, where he makes one other franchise, joins that with Kingsman, they have a team up movie, and then at the end these two show up or something. And it's like, oh my God, Argylle's in this. They will never be in Argylle 2, but I think we might see these guys eventually. And we'll all have to stand up and clap when we see them in the theater. So get ready for that. Keep your eyes out. If you ever see a movie and you're like, this might have Argylle in it, get ready.
Just like we all should have been prepared for Bruce Willis to show up at the end of Split.
That's right. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So you guys want to go to our classic segment?
Hell yeah.
Let's plug some stuff. That. DJ, do you have anything to plug for the fine people?
Sorry, are we plugging or are we recommending?
Yeah, we're recommending them.
It's very mid-afternoon right now.
Plug in your
really crashing
recommendations.
from the sleepiness.
Yeah.
So, you know, because we're all very sleepy from our mid-afternoon.
I always take a nap in the mid-afternoon, which is
obviously
mostly true.
Yeah.
Okay, so my recommendation. I'm recommending a board game again because I'm just
what?
You know, I know. I'm gonna set the record. Okay. This is hard to explain. The name of the game is called Earthborne Rangers, and it's a
that's where all the Rangers I know have been born.
Mm-hmm. It's a living card game made from the original designer of Arkham Horror, the living card game, a game I've previously recommended.
What is a living card game?
It's a deck builder that you buy expansions to basically take your money and light it on fire.
Oh, okay.
It's a live service card game.
Nice.
It actually is pretty accurate. So you don't just buy it once, you buy the game, then you buy, you know, card packs over and over again to make your deck, you know, a little cooler, and then more adventures. And it's just a way for someone to have your money forever if you fall in love with it, like I have with so many fucking games. But yes, this one's Earthborne Rangers. I kickstarted it like 3 years ago because it was the lead designer from Arkham Horror, the living card game. And the premise of this is it's a post-apocalyptic Earth, but it's not like Mad Max. It's like the Earth has like reclaimed, so everything's like very like, you know, greenery, and you know, humans are like starting to like re-explore the ruins of, you know, past Earth or whatever. It's very much like an adventure game, which I think is very interesting. Cole Worley, who's like another board game designer, he's like, it's kind of like the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild as a board game, because like you're building your deck and then you're going out into the wild as your guy, and you're like discovering different ruins and solving puzzles, and there's like a lot of different things going on. It's not a very like investigative combat focused game like a lot of these games are, like Lord of the Rings or Arkham Horror, the card game. It's not as straightforward as that. It's like it branches off into like this its own thing. It's very confusing. I'm describing this terribly. But what I will say is, I think from a narrative perspective, it's such an interesting board game, and I think they're trying something very different. It is a hard recommend because it's like a huge buy-in. It's like $100. You can watch a lot of videos online and read reviews and be like, oh, is this like the right thing for me? I don't think they have like a print and play, but like I don't know. I would almost say like, oh, if you're curious about this, like maybe try like Arkham Horror, the card game, or Lord of the Rings, the card game, and see if you like this type of game. But like if you've played any of those games and want to give this a try, like I think you would like this. So it's like it's tough because I want to say, oh, it's like really fun play, but it's like a very different experience. Like it's co-op, it's story focused. It's not mechanics driven, which is very different for a lot of board games. I know that might turn some people off, but I just think from narrative, it's like narrative perspective, I haven't had anything interesting since like Gloomhaven from like a narrative design game. So that's why I'm like really into it right now. I think the developer is Earthborne Games. They really went all in on this Earthborne thing. But you can buy it from earthbornerangers.com.
So it's the
and like I
sequel
said,
to Bloodborne, right?
Oh yeah,
And
I actually think isn't there a Bloodborne board game? I think it's bad.
There is.
But I think it's bad. Usually the board games based on video games are not good.
Yeah.
So it's like not a shocker. Although a 7.8 on Board Game Geek, that's actually not bad. Let me have to look at this.
Next week we'll do
Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, forcing both of you guys to play Bloodborne would actually be very fun for me.
Oh man.
No, the board game, not the video game.
Yeah, the board game.
You gotta play the board game.
Oh, I mean the video game.
I know you do. So yeah, that's my rec, and I know it's like a weird one, but telling people about esoteric board games is my job now, apparently. So
Oh, did you get a job with Shut Up and Sit Down?
Oh my god, did your Quinns is leaving?
He is?
Yeah. He's starting his own YouTube thing where he's gonna talk about indie RPGs.
I don't think he's leaving. I think he's just also doing that.
No, he is leaving. Like, I believe he is leaving Shut Up and Sit Down. Yeah. I may have misinterpreted, but I think he's gone. Like, I think he's gonna do this indie RPG thing full time, which I'm super bummed about. I love Quinns, and I have no interest in learning how to play the world of indie RPGs. Sure, I'm sure they're cool, just not for me. Diggins, what do you have to recommend to the fine folks?
Okay, I have a pretty interesting and unusual recommendation. I'm going to do something crazy, something no one has ever done before. I'm going to recommend a board game.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got together with some friends this past weekend to play a board game I've wanted to play for a long time because I've played older editions of it. And there's been a new edition for the past, honestly, decade at this point that I've just never played. And so I was really excited to finally get to do it. I finally played the 4th edition of Twilight Imperium. For those of you who are not big board game geeks, if you will.
Yeah.
Twilight Imperium is like a famous board game for being one of the biggest, most complex ones that there are. Not to an absurd degree. There's that one, the campaign for North Africa that simulates so much that a theoretical game to completion would take 30 years. It's doable in a day, but it'll be your whole day. A typical game will last anywhere from if you're all really know what you're doing and don't take time on your decisions and play aggressively, it might take 4 hours. More realistically, it will take you 8 hours. But it's everybody is playing as a race of aliens, or if you're boring, you can pick the humans. And you, with all of your spaceships and soldiers and whatnot, are trying to take the throne of an ancient space empire that was destroyed. And now there's a planet at the center of the galaxy that was their homeworld that you have to claim and then get everyone else in the galaxy to recognize you as the new leaders of the galactic empire. And the way you do that is through you send out your ships, you claim planets, you fight space battles, you engage in politics. There's systems for a whole bunch of different ways that you can kind of accrue influence and get points. Technically, you can win the game without ever taking the center planet. It's just kind of the biggest, most obvious objective. But yeah, so it's basically kind of a 4X game, like a Civilization or a Stellaris or something that's about exploring, taking planets, building up an empire, and then using the resources and such that you get to build more stuff that you can then use to conquer other people or what have you, but in board game form. And it's only for the freaks out there. It's only for the freaks who really like board games. But if you are one of those freaks, it is one of the most like intense experiences of just playing a competitive board game, because it's so big and so complicated, but also like everything about it is engaging in this like really well designed way, where it's like even when other people are taking your turns, like everything is so interconnected that everything someone else does has a reasonable chance of affecting what you might do. So it's all like you know, you're not just like sitting there waiting for someone to take their turn because you don't care what they do. But yeah, no, it's just a great game that requires an enormous investment of time and money. But if you either know someone who has already made that part of that investment, or have people to pool it with that you'll be able to take some time to play, I think it's totally worth it because it is a really fun game. What about you, Nando? Do you have anything to recommend?
Just the usual. Obviously, I watched The Mummy this week, but Tom Cruise loved it. But besides that, I watched a couple new things. Nice. I know you guys stopped saying it after this many podcasts because obviously I watched The Mummy, but I just want to feel like I have to mention it.
We all watch it every single week because we just love it so much and are just thirsty for that second installment in the Dark Universe.
Yeah. Tom Cruise screams like a normal man, and it makes sense that the guy from New Girl is even in it. We all love that movie. I liked it. But yeah, so that good thing I watched or read. I read the book. I don't know if I've read this before, but this was the book club book last week.
Argylle.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think there's something to this Argylle movie. No, it's a book called Rogues. It's a comic by the Flash, like about the Flash Rogues by Joshua Williamson. And I was really curious, trying to figure out who else worked on this, because I couldn't remember. And the name of the artist, the main artist, is just named Leo Max. No spaces, just one word, Leo Max. And then you've got someone named Mateus Lopez and Jason Wordle on it. But it's a book about, in their, I'm going to say late 50s, maybe, all the rogues are kind of like doing new things, but they're not really working. The rogues are Flashes, like Sinister Six. And they're all kind of corny, so they're not like the Joker where they're all, trying to kill everybody and poison the water supply, just trying to rob banks and make a living. But they're all outlawed, I guess, at some point and, released into the world. But one of them gets really upset about that and decides to do a heist to get all their pride back and stuff. But it is like, I don't want to say exactly what it's like, because it sets itself up a lot like Ocean's 11, where it is very specifically a heist. And you've got all these characters who it's like, oh yeah, that's Heatwave, but he's a little different because he's older. And this is this one, but now he's a performer. And this one is a, whatever, boxer. So you get that kind of fun little look at how everyone's grown, but also like the way that the direction the book goes, I think is very fun. Yeah, it's a good looking book. It's an interesting looking book, I'll say. It's like grimy. It's supposed to be kind of ugly. And because the rogues are kind of ugly in this as opposed to their usual, beautiful selves. But I think it's just a fun book. I bought it a while ago at a sale or something like that. So I'm just glad to read it. And the other thing that I watched this week, besides more Kimmy Schmidt, which I still like, I watched that movie Anyone But You. That one that's a rom-com.
Did you?
Yeah, it's not good. I didn't like it. I wouldn't recommend it.
Is Sydney Sweeney's ability to act any better than it seems in those trailers?
I mean, I can't tell if it's her ability to act or just nothing is happening in this movie. Like, it's so boring, so much of it. And it's them saying, like, I don't like you. You're not nice to me. Well, you're a real jerk. Like, it's just, they don't have, like, a lot of chemistry, which is, like, what these are built on. But I don't know if it's, I don't think she's the limiting factor here, but her character also isn't any good. Like, none of them are. It also, I don't know if you guys knew this, is like a Shakespeare movie to the point where it's supposed to be Much Ado About Nothing, to the point where his name is Benedict and her name is Beatrice. So like there's points where it goes full Shakespeare and the characters just pretty much say Shakespeare lines, and not all their time is that. And it's a really weird choice. I didn't like it. Yeah. And I love Much Ado About Nothing. It's probably my favorite of the comedies. So it's I wouldn't say it's a bummer because I didn't expect that much from it, but I understand why this one didn't hit. I know everybody wanted the big comeback of the, studio rom-com with big stars, like Harry Met Sally kind of thing. And I still would like that as well, but this is not it. And like, I think these actors have done this before. Like the guy, the whatever his name is, Booster Gold, the one from Top Gun, is in another rom-com with Zoe Dutch called like Set It Up, and that one's fine. So watch that instead of this, I guess. But yeah, no, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not very good. I was so curious though. And yeah, what are we doing next week, fellas?
It's Webuary.
Is it Webuary? Yeah. Oh yeah, because Madam Web comes out on Wednesday or something.
Hell yeah, boyos.
Yeah.
We can do it. We can do it.
How have you seen I've seen some of the theaters have some seats that are not available. Like people might be going to see this movie on Valentine's Day.
What is it, like a hot date or whatever?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, they could see Argylle instead, but
that's true.
The men don't want to have to be on that pedestal where it's like, my girlfriend's gonna want me to lift her up over my head and put her crotch in my face and spin her around the room. Like, I'm gonna keep the standards low. I get that.
It's a lot to ask.
Yeah. Also, I realized I forgot to do this. What is everybody's things again? One more time, DJ.
Oh, right.
Recommendation.
Earthborne Rangers by Earthborne Games.
Diggins.
Twilight Imperium 4th edition.
Okay, and then mine was Rogues, the book, the comic book, and kind of not really anyone but you, the movie, and obviously the last one at the same time. 1, 2, 3. 2017's Tom Cruise, The Mummy. Okay, yeah, you guys all forgot to say it, but that's how we usually wrap these up.
Right? Yeah.
So I'll just edit it in post.
Right? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
2017's Tom Cruise,
The Mummy. Yeah.
2017
Tom Cruise, The Mummy.
The Mummy. Yeah.
Mummy. Yeah.
I'll edit that and I'll take out all the background, sound, so it just sounds weird, like they did on that trailer where he screamed. It was a good movie. I don't think it was bad. But yeah, so next week, Madam Web. Do you have anything to plug, DJ? Until then,
just Roses and Rejections. Check it out. Bachelor's still going, and then we'll be doing Love Is Blind, which also drops on Valentine's Day. What am I gonna do? My Webuary, my Blinduary. What am I gonna do?
Black History Month. One of those three, I guess. Whichever one's more important to you.
It's tough.
I will say, I watched a video this week that I'd never seen before. I was going to share it to you, but I forgot to, about like the crazy working conditions at Love Is Blind, how they basically torture those people.
I think I need to stop watching it because I think you call them working conditions are like awful.
That's the thing. Like they're like, we're a union. We should be, paid like full-time workers. And it's like, they don't get that. But yeah.
They don't have sleeping quarters. They just got to find a place to like drop their body.
And they don't get to drink water. Like they don't get anything. They don't get phones, and like they don't have like health insurance the way you would expect. It does seem like they're all bad, but this one specifically might be like the worst of them.
Yeah, we probably have to shut it down. I think we gotta shut Love Is Blind down.
We should put the guys in the pods. We'd be like, "Oh, producers, you guys do it," and then we put them all in the pods and light it on fire, and then run away. No more Love Is Blind.
Yeah, Diggins.
Yeah, Diggins. What about you? Anything to plug?
Nope. What about you, Nando?
Videos this week. Next week. This week I'll have 3 on the Nando cut that will be my Marvel Snap videos, the lore videos. They're doing incredibly, and they're fun, and they're not easy, but like they're like, it's good to learn these things about these characters. It's not hard. It's not as impenetrable as people would expect. We're doing Black Order guys. We've already done Black Swan and Supergiant. Next one is Cull Obsidian, aka Black Dwarf. And yeah, they're fun. They're just like little things you can listen to and then learn something about some weird Marvel character. They'll become a little bit more relevant next month when it's like Mockingbird and characters who you're like, I've heard of that one before. But those are all great. And then a new video probably won't be up before the next video. But at some point I put out a video that was my, things Kevin Feige can do to save the MCU thing. And that's on YouTube. So maybe there'll be other videos after that. Who knows?
Real quick, Nando, I want to commend you for making Second Dinner, the developers of Marvel Snaps, step down.
That's
when
right.
They lied about who Black Swan is.
So I've actually thought about this for a second. Because do you realize, realize, but if you kind of thought about what probably happened?
No.
They watched the movie Black Swan and was like, this is the Marvel character.
That'd be great. No, they say the thing that they said, because this is what it was. They put a tweet out that was like, announcing this card, and then Black Swan, powerful telepath, recruited personally by Thanos. And I was like, well, that's not true. She's not recruited by Thanos. Specifically, he turns her down. She shows up later. I realized that's Supergiant. They probably just accidentally did the wrong description for that character.
Because they drop on the same day.
Because they dropped on the same day and they forgot or something. So that's why. That's what they're actually describing in that tweet.
Okay.
Took me a little while to figure it out. I didn't realize it until yesterday when I recorded and watched the Supergiant video. I was like, I've heard this phrase before. Oh yeah, here it is. But
Okay.
but yeah, you know, keeping them honest. Next, you know, we'll go after what's another company that needs to be who needs to be kept honest. I don't know, BP or something.
Yeah, let's go after BP.
Certainly not Universal.
No, never.
Great
No.
Dark
Actually,
Universe movies.
That's a great point, Diggins. I think Disney needs to be
Yes.
put in check, actually. That's probably who
there
we
we
have to
go.
go after. Yeah.
Also,
Especially the theme parks division.
Yes.
oh, for sure. Yeah. It's weird that in the end of Argylle, there's a big explosion. And like, that's the ocean's ruined, you know? Like, what happens to that?
They let a lot of crude oil into the ocean with
Yeah.
that. You're right.
It's fucked. They gotta get it together. Anyway, until next week for Madam Webuary, I've been at Nando Movies on Twitter.
I'm at Zippy by day.
I'm at This Is an Odd Name.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. We love you.
Love you, Universal.